Wow, you guys, this is it. This is our final stretch, the last segment. So we still have a ways to go, but we have a full lineup. So welcome to the fifth annual, yes, number 5, the fifth annual Christmas in July 24-hour global live streamathon. We are making it. We have made it through. I don't even know what time it is. Okay, so it's 4:30. So I don't even know how many hours I've been here, but it's been a I want to say probably 19 hours, maybe 18 and a half, somewhere around there. Anyway, whether you're joining us from right here in our local community or from somewhere around the world, which we've heard from Dubai, Ukraine, Australia already, we've got more spots coming up still. But I want to thank you for being here. Over this 24 hours, we have filled this space with stories, conversations, encouragement, laughter, but most of all, hope and faith and love. And that's just an absolutely beautiful, beautiful thing. 5 years ago, this event began with a simple idea. It was simple, but it was crazy to me. And here we are. Christmas can be one of the most joyful and joyous times of the year, but for many people, it can also be one of the hardest. And so I wanted to take a difficult experience of my own that could have become a repeated difficult experience and turn it into something positive and joyful, and something that we can celebrate more than just every winter, right? So thank you to the incredible sponsors, the speakers. We still have, again, another packed segment when we're on this final stretch. This segment is a new day of hope. And why is it called a new day of hope? Because you're going to see everything wake up, right? You're going to see everything resurface. And so what we are going to do over this next, I would say probably hour and a half, is I'm going to play for you a couple of the sponsor spotlights that we did, and then we will prepare to awaken this segment with a very special message from Mandy Robinson from Canada that she recorded for us. But I want to wait until there's more waking up, right? And then I want to give you the lineup that we still have coming. We will have Mandy Robinson. We will have Ramona joining us, Barbara, Jackie, Martha. We got Jessica, Michael, Aislith, and Allegra. So we've got a full lineup still coming ahead, but I do want to honor the sponsors, the ones that we can fit in. And so you guys just stay tuned and keep an eye out, and let's get this one going. Here we go. Well, hello, everyone. Welcome. Happy Wednesday. We are here for another episode, or another sponsor spotlight, I should say, for the Christmas in July 24-hour live streamathon that is coming to you this weekend, if you can believe it. I am Elena Rodriguez. I am the founder of the Christmas in July 24-hour live streamathon, and I am so excited to be able to say that we are celebrating year number 5. This is our 5th year, and I cannot believe it. It has gone so fast. 5 years ago, I started Christmas in July because Christmas became a very different season for me after I lost my husband on Christmas Eve back in 2018. And so what could have been a season of sadness year after year after year actually became an opportunity to create something that brings people together, spreads hope, love, kindness, supports small businesses as well, but helps just remind us that hope and generosity don't have to wait for December. So we've got Christmas in July. It's my way of honoring the beauty of community, actually celebrating life, and proving that even our hardest moments can become something that blesses others. And so I can't believe we're here, and I'm honored to be able to bring to you one of our incredible sponsors who has been, I think, part of this from the very beginning. When her and I met years ago, we just kind of clicked, and it's just a beautiful relationship. But Giselle Quintanilla has Ready Writer Services, and I'm going to bring her on and say thank you for helping to make Christmas in July possible this year. How are you?
Oh, amazing. Amazing. And I am so in awe. I have been just reading your posts and the things that you've been putting up since you've been promoting. And I can't believe it's 5 years.
Isn't that crazy? It's like, I can't believe it either, to be honest with you. And this year feels very different. It's amazing at healing journeys, and healing is not something that's just a straight path. There's no timeline to it. And this year it's a celebration. This year I'm feeling like we're going to come and we're going to dance and we're going to party and celebrate life, right? Celebrate life. So for you, I want you to tell everyone first, who you are, and like, where are you joining us from? Where are you tuning in from?
Yeah, I am in New Jersey. I'm a Jersey girl. So and yes, and I am Giselle Quintanilla. You mentioned I am a publishing strategist. I'm a mom of 3. I have 3 teenagers. That's always my number one role. And then, and I just publishing strategist at Ready Writer Services, LLC. I help people turn their words into world-changing books. I'm passionate about stories. I know that with Christmas in July, it's about sharing stories of hope and resilience and faith. And so a lot of what I do with helping people publish their books is rooted in that, in helping people take the stories that they've lived and share it with other people. Because, and I know you know this, Elena, because we're not the only ones who've gone through what we've gone through.
Yeah. Amen on that one. And this is why we need to be that inspiration for people, because if they're going through it now, my thing is, you might feel like there's no hope, or you might feel like there's no light at the end of the tunnel. And if we can show up and say, yes, there is, just keep going, just hang on. Now with Ready Writer Services, I want you to tell us more about that, so that if somebody is tuning in and they're like, okay, I had that dream of writing a book and I tossed it aside because who am I to write a book? But they have a story. Like, tell people about how you help them and what that process looks like, just with your business.
Yeah, absolutely. So we are on year 8 now.
Wow.
And so, so the team and I, we do everything that concerns books, everything from writing. So we might, coaching somebody to write their book, or ghostwriting, all the way to editing, interior book design, the layout, the formatting, the book covers. We have amazing graphic designers. And then through publishing the book and launching the book, and then promoting. So what happens afterwards, right? Our purpose is not just for you to get the story out there, but to continue to tell it, to continue to share it, because there's more than one person who needs it. There's people that you're never going to ever meet who need to hear your story.
Yeah.
And books is a great way to do that.
That is beautiful. And so really you can guide somebody from completely never doing this before, knowing nothing about it, and just really guide them through the whole process. And that's beautiful.
Yeah, that's my favorite. So my favorite is that, and that's really who we work with. Our target is people who are aspiring authors, new authors, first-time authors, right? They're like, I don't know what I'm doing. I don't know where to start. And that's always my favorite, because it's the journey. The journey that people are on when they start writing their books, and then the healing that comes. I know we talked about healing, the healing that comes with it. To me, it just fills me up, and it's an honor. And I'm honored that God allowed me to do this work.
I love that. So what inspired you to actually start this? And if you say like you're 8 years in, wow, that's a beautiful thing. But looking back, like, what inspires you to start something like this?
Yeah, I wish I had a really glamorous answer. I just wanted to write. I love writing, and I wanted to get paid because I was coming out of corporate, I was in retail banking, coming out of corporate. I didn't know what to do. I'm like, what do I do with my life? I know I didn't want to go back to working for somebody else because I had little kids at the time. And I was just like, I want to be with them. I want to be present.
Yeah.
And so it took that journey of really finding, okay, what is it that I want to do? God, how did you create me? And I'm like, okay, I want to write. I want to start a blog. And so that's, I started this blog. I published my first book, and a couple of friends reached out. They wanted to write books. And so I just wanted to help them.
Mm-hmm.
And I think in that process, right, when you allow yourself to be used by God, you start seeing like the things that he put in you that you never even knew were there.
Yes.
And so in helping my friend publish her book and her incredible story of infertility and having babies, I was like, oh my gosh, I want to do this. This is what I want to do. I want to help people relate and connect through stories and build their faith that way. And so I started, honestly, Elena, I started not knowing what the heck I was doing.
And that's important for people to know, like in anything, like even if they're just thinking of doing something, like sometimes you got to just start, whether you know what you're doing or not.
You have to, and I had no idea. So I literally went through, I did my LLC by myself. Because I didn't have the money. Let's be honest. When I first started, I barely had $125 to start the LLC in New Jersey. So I did the paperwork, thankfully I did it right. But,
Right.
You know what I'm saying? Because I'm still here, so we're good. But I didn't know what I was doing. And then, as I started getting a little bit more, I started taking some classes and courses, learning the craft, right? Because you do have to learn the craft.
Mm-hmm.
And I just learned so much. And God really blessed me in sending people my way. And every time I worked with somebody's project, I learned something new. And so, so I love it. It's grown so much. We do so many different things. And I love that I can say we, because it's not just me. So that's the blessing, right?
Yeah.
I always like to talk about the journey in the beginning, because I think people like to kind of gloss over it. Like they'll talk a little bit, but I can tell you so many mistakes I made. And now, 8 years later, I'm like, oh, I understand the industry because I've been in it, right? And I've seen things and I'm reading and I'm learning. And so I think it's a blessing to be able to talk about where you were comparison to where you are now.
And that's a beautiful thing. And I love that you can be open and transparent about things like that. I feel that that's really important in business because, if people are seeing you now and maybe you're inspiring them to actually start working in this, this arena, this space of books, but you're 8 years in. So it's almost like to talk about those beginning stages, I think is really important because then it takes that pressure off of people feeling like, well, I should be here already. And you're like, girl, no, it took me 8 years. And so just get started.
Yeah. And I love, thank you for saying that, because it's true in business, but it's also true in life. I think sometimes even when we're going through hardship, right? Even when we're going through something as traumatic as, with the Christmas widows, right? With becoming a widow, like all those things, we look at other people's path and we think that's where I need to be, or that's where I should be. But God is so intricately detailed in how he wrote our lives that he knows the details of them. He knows where we're supposed to be. And when you compare and you look at somebody else, I don't subscribe to the idea of when people say, you got to be here, you should be doing this, you should be doing that. I'm not against it. Mentors, coaches, all necessary. I'm not against it. But I am still, you have to know who your North Star is. Mm-hmm. You have to know who really is the ultimate decision maker, right? In business and in life. And that's God.
Yes. I love that. That gave me chills. And the other piece is let's be honest, we're not all good at everything.
Yes.
So you might be excellent at something that is not my strong suit. So if I'm trying to do something in my business like I could be beating my head against a wall. It just might not be the thing that I'm good at, and that's okay, right? So
Agreed.
I think that's really important. So who do you love serving most? I mean, is there Is there a specific type of author that was like, oh my gosh, that's the one that just brings me that like, I love what we do. Like explain that a little bit.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Oh my gosh. So for me, my favorite is people who know that they have a story that is going to impact other people and they have no idea how to share it.
Yeah.
And like they just don't, they're new to it. They don't know anything, but they just know that in their heart, the thing that they went through, the thing that they were able to overcome and that God helped them heal is now a purpose for helping other people get through the same thing. Those are my favorite. You know, when I get a story like that, I'm getting goosebumps now. I get excited because I know that it's going to change lives. I know that there's so many. I just finished with a client a few months back. Her testimony is she walked away from God. She had gone through so much.
Wow. Yeah.
In her childhood, so much in her young adult life and she lost her sister. I mean, she had so much loss that she was like, does God even exist? Yeah. Is he even really there? And, you know, the way God led her back. And I was like, that story is going to help so many people because there are so many people who feel the same way. Yeah. And I think it's important to understand, as much as we're believers, that there's also a human side to us. We are human. And there are moments when we're like, God, where are you? You know? And so that book for me, I was like, oh my gosh, this is going to absolutely impact people. And it really is. So
wow, how beautiful is that? And I can relate. I mean, there are times when you're like, with everything that I am going through, where are you? You know, like, did you leave me? Did you forget about me? Like, what is happening here? So to have that, to take her through the process of sharing her journey, and now it's like in forever print, you know, I mean, that's just the beauty of it too.
It's a legacy.
Absolutely. So for anybody that is tuning in right now, since we are here talking about Christmas in July Streamathon, if you are interested in tuning in and catching these stories for a full 24 hours, or even still claiming a spot, maybe you're like, oh my God, it's amazing at how many people you reach out like back in March and they're like, oh my gosh, the things have been so busy. Is it really time? Yes, it's really time. So if you want any information, please get a hold of me. But Giselle, so what is something that's going on in your business right now that maybe you're like really excited about, or something coming up, or just something that you want to share about what's going on in your world?
Oh my goodness. Yeah, I'm excited. Okay, so I am excited. I've been working since last year with a partner just to redo my website, right? So fun fact, I am not technologically the best person. Websites, you know, funnels, like all that tech stuff, right? No, thank you.
Yeah.
So when I first started and did my own website, I cried for 3 straight days. It was horrible. Yeah. But you know, you fake it till you make it, right? And now, you know, I was able to get somebody to do it, and it's beautiful. The website is beautiful, but also I'm adding a shop to it. So I'm so excited. There's going to be a store, and I'm going to do online courses, because my heart, Elena, you mentioned earlier about how people may want to get in the industry. And I was having a conversation with somebody yesterday, and I asked her, I'm like, you know, is this something that you would want to be interested in getting in? One of the things I'm a firm believer of is in sharing resources. I'm not a gatekeeper. I don't believe in gatekeeping. I think it's selfish, because the things that we learn are not for us.
Yeah.
You know, God gave us that so we can share with other people.
Yes.
So I'm excited, because I'm going to be having some online courses for people who want to write books, but also people who want to learn the industry. I think it's really cool. You know, if you want to learn it, there's a lot of nuances, a lot of things that are coming up. AI is really a big topic in our industry.
Yep.
And in publishing. And, you know, there's a lot of things that people don't realize, you know, with copyright. And so I would want to offer somebody, if you want to get in the industry, you know, I'd love to take them and just, you know, be able to help them get in there and know what they're doing.
Yes. And you're probably looking back over the 8 years saying, I wish I had a me back then.
Yes.
Right. It might
Yes.
save you days of tears and all the things. So
Right.
that's a true blessing. And I love that you say that, because honestly, when you think about it, as you're learning and going, you got resources from someone. Or, you know,
Right.
you like somebody shared something that actually helped you. So for you to be able to take that and look at it as, now I need to share with others what's taken me 8 years to
Yes.
learn. I mean, like, that's just like such a beautiful thing. So okay, say somebody's tuning in not only today, but like next week, even next month, because this is going to stay out there in the universe. How would somebody get a hold of you? Maybe they're like, okay, now's the time. This came across my face today. It's my confirmation that this is my next step. How does somebody get a hold of you if they want to start talking about all things books?
Yeah, go to the website.
Yay, the new updated website.
Yes, the new beautiful updated website. No, you go to ReadyWriterServicesLLC.com and you can book a call with me. You can follow me on social media through there. It's really easy. Everything is on there.
Yeah.
So, you know, all the books, everything is on there. And that's really the best way, is ReadyWriterServicesLLC.com.
I love that. And we'll make sure that we put that link in the comments as this video gets shared out. And so I just want to say, you know, thank you so much for believing in what we're doing here in Christmas in July. For always, I'll never forget about the 1 year. I think you were in Panama or like Peru. Or I don't know where you were. I would have to look at a map because I'm not very good at geography. However, I just knew you were far, far away, and you're like, I still want to support. So I just want to say thank you. And so that brings me to one more question for you. But why? Like, why do you continue to support and be a sponsor and just be behind all the things that we're doing here with Christmas in July?
Yeah. Well, first off, I'm going to thank you for letting me always be a part every year. I think I was in Peru. Mm-hmm. It was thank God for good Wi-Fi. I was like, Lord, but Elena, when you first said it to me, and I know your story, right, of being a widow on Christmas Eve, and then realizing you're not the only one. And when you were like, it's a 24 hours, I need people to, and I think I say this every year, I need you to understand, I need sleep. I'm that person. You don't want me to not get sleep. You understand? You don't want me to be up 24 full hours. You don't want that from me. I am not a nice person. I don't sleep. So, but when I see your heart, and this is, you know, I am somebody who I'm passionate about the things I'm passionate about. And I connect with people who are passionate about the things that they are, right? And when they go hard for it, and you were like 24 hours streamathon, I had never heard anybody do that. And I was like, this chick is really going to stay up 24 hours. I got to be a part of this.
Yeah, I love it. Oh my God. Yeah.
And so any little way that I can contribute to a heartfelt mission, which is your mission, any little way, I'm going to do that. And I've said that to you. I'm like, anyway, I have no plans of ever not being part of the Christmas in July event. And so, you know, so if you're watching and you're asking, you have to go to Elena's page and you have to be a part of it, because it's a movement and it's beautiful and it helps the community. And there's so many women out there who, you know, you're used to. I'm getting emotional because I was just talking to a widow on Monday.
Okay.
So, but you're used to being with this person, right? And living life and doing life with them and bouncing ideas and talking to them. And all of a sudden they're not there. Yeah. And now you're navigating life by yourself. And maybe you have kids, maybe you don't, but either way, it's hard. Mm-hmm. So, you know, my heart goes out to women like that. And you are I just needed to be a part of it. I just knew.
Oh. Thank you. I mean, and I love hearing that. And yeah, I'll never forget our very first year. The very first year, I mean, to me, the idea was crazy too, because I was like, you know, God, I'll never forget, real quick. I was on my exercise bike thinking of like, God, how do I bring awareness, or how do I what do I do with this Christmas in July? Or it wasn't Christmas in July. It was the Christmas widow. And, And the Jerry Lewis telethon popped in my head. I saw myself sitting on my grandma's living room floor watching her little TV, and we were watching Jerry Lewis telethon. And I'm like, what? I'm like, where did that come from? And then, of course, with my brain, it was like, let's do a streamathon. And so it was really crazy. And that first year coming out, to meet one of the families that we helped that first year, she was a mom and she had 2 little boys. And we did a community Christmas party, and, the older boy, I mean, he was like maybe 11, but he came in really angry and just introverted and just mad at the world. Of course, he lost his dad. And by the end of the party, he was having a really good time. But then me and my son at that time, when we used some of the funds that we had raised, and we gave her some money for utilities at Christmas time, but then we did gifts for the 2 boys, and to go into their home and just get the hugs and hear the story, because they don't know why they're waking up Christmas without a parent. And that's the part, like, that gets me choked up. Every year I go back to that very first year, and I ran into them at the grocery store like a couple years back, and she was just like, you will never know like what that did for us that first Christmas. And even the little boy, who was so little at the time, he was older and gave me a hug. And it's just like, to me, 24 hours is very minimal to just pour hope, love, goodness, and all the things in the world. So I want to say thank you so much for your support, for Ready Writer Services LLC showing up and backing us this year. And just to anybody tuning in, there's still time, but very little. There's still time, but be sure to watch my page, because we'll be able to tell you where to find us on YouTube, Facebook, another Facebook, Prospera TV, like all kinds of things. And so thank you so much. Is there any last thing you want to share with anyone?
Oh my gosh. No, just if you're called to write a book, write it. Like, write it, because somebody needs it. Somebody needs a story, and your story. And that's why you have a story, because other people, right? Other people need that. So make sure you write that. And then tune in Saturday, starting Saturday.
And I want to say hello. Jose Escobar from CLA jumped on here. He was on Monday. He's a sponsor of ours too. But yes, we start this Saturday, 10 a.m. Eastern, and we go round the clock until 10 a.m. Eastern on Sunday. And let's rock and roll. So thank you so much, Giselle, for being here. All right, we're going to play our tune and head on out. All righty, folks. That was a sponsor spotlight to fill in. So we featured Giselle Quintanilla as one of our sponsors. I see Christina Roman on here. How are you, Christina? Happy or good early morning. It is great to have you here. We've got a little bit of time before we bring our next guest on. So I'm just going to say, if anybody's got any questions, I had a really great time. Spencer Fothergill was interviewed me, and that was like really cool. He asked a lot of really good questions. I think there were some comments that were dropped in there that were like, great questions, Spencer. So that was really cool. I talked about some things that I've never ever really talked about before. But guys, it is 5 a.m. and we've got 5 hours. We have literally just 5 hours to go, which, what does that mean? That I've been here for 19 so far? How's my lipstick? And we're still going strong. How's my hair? Am I a hot mess already? But no, we are just rocking and rolling. So, what I'd like to do, because we have a full lineup starting at about 5:40. So we got about 40 more minutes. I may play one more sponsor spotlight because I don't think there's a whole lot of people on here or questions coming through. But I'm here. I'm here. I'm doing my thing. So I'm going to go ahead and play one more sponsor spotlight that I have going. We'll see how long this one runs, and then I'll be back. We'll see you in just a moment.
and suddenly the broken feels strong. One voice becomes two voices become a sound, and the sound becomes fire, spreading all around. Come stand in the circle of hope, feel the heartbeat in the room, hands in the air like we made it through. If you're searching for a sound.
Well, hello, everyone. Happy Friday, and welcome to another Christmas in July sponsor spotlight. And yes, we are sliding in because we officially kick our Streamathon off tomorrow, Saturday, July 11th at 10 a.m. Eastern. So I'm Elena Rodriguez. I am the founder of the Christmas in July 24-hour live Streamathon, and I am so excited to be able to bring you our 5th year. This is year number 5. And I'm just like, wow, where has the time gone? It seems like we just started this like crazy idea, right? So 5 years ago, I started Christmas in July because Christmas became a very different season for me after I lost my husband on Christmas Eve in 2018. And so what could have become a season of sadness year upon year upon year instead became an opportunity for me to create something that brings people together, that spreads kindness, hope, love, joy, inspiration, also supports small businesses, and reminds us that hope and generosity don't have to wait for December, right? We can like sweat right through it in the middle of July. So this is my way of honoring the beauty of community, of celebrating life, and proving that even our hardest moments can become something that blesses others. And so this morning I have the honor of bringing you, not only is she one of my sisters from another misters, you know, she is a dear friend of mine. We have grown very close over the years, but she has really stepped forward to support us this year. And with two companies, we have Julie Lachlan Ayers, who has Breathe Capital Planning, and also Divine Abundance, which is a show that we're going to be bringing a new series out, but I'll let her talk about that. So good morning, and let's welcome to the stage, Miss Julie.
Hey, friends. So good to see you. I'm so excited to be here, and I can't wait for tomorrow.
Oh, I know it. It's like I'm already not going to sleep for like 48 hours.
Right?
Yeah,
I know,
it's all
it's gonna
good.
be awesome.
So tell everyone, who you are and where you're joining us from.
So I'm Julie Lachlan Ayers. I am the co-founder of Breathe Capital Planning. We are a fiduciary financial planning practice. We work mainly with small business owners, people that are reestablishing after divorce or traumatic loss, as well as just individuals in general across the U.S. So we're a national company. We have a national footprint. So we have clients in almost every state, which is so exciting for me to sit here and say that to you.
No kidding.
And,
that's amazing.
Yeah, it's been 7 years in the making, 4 years officially formed as a business, but Noah and I've worked together for 7 years. It's been great. I'm sorry. In addition to that, we also offer Breathe Capital Consulting, which is a consulting business working with small to mid-sized businesses that are looking to either grow, succession plan, whatever that they need to do, but we are there to help them on that path. Also, we have Divine Abundance. And Elena and I have been working on some things behind the scenes, and we're so excited to share with you that we're going to be relaunching next week. I've had a couple of people be like, "Where's your show? When are you coming back?"
Yeah.
I'm like, "We're working on it."
Yep.
And what we decided to do was really talk about real life advice. So this is something that oftentimes it's something Elena and I share. We're often asked for real life situations, real advice. And so we decided, why not make a biweekly show of us just chopping it up about different questions that have come up to both of us. What would be the best advice? What are some things to consider? Have you ever thought about this? Have you ever thought about that? So we just wanted to really put that out there for everyone. Adults, it's mainly for adults, or I would say mid-age adults. That are just kind of going through it. Like, this is the time in your life where you have all the things happen. You may have children just starting their lives. Just you may have your kids going to college or getting married. You may have aging parents. At the same time, you may be running a business. So very near and dear to Elena and I, and we're actually experiencing a lot of these things. And you may be supporting friends or family members that are also going through a lot of trauma. So what does that look like, and how can you be your best self in those situations? We want to share that information with other people.
Yeah, I am so excited for that. Just the layout, the topics, like people are definitely going to want to tune in and just get real, like, advice, real input, instead of just this like cookie cutter,
Right.
let's read the
Yeah.
answer. So I know with Breathe Capital Planning and even Divine Abundance, you get in a space of financials, but you come from a different angle. And so I want you to share a little bit about what that is like, and what inspired you to take a subject matter that could be very dry and non-personal, like it's numbers and just things like that, and you have totally transform the way you approach working with people around that area. So kind of share a little bit about that.
Yeah, I had 20 plus years in consulting, Elena, and in that role, I was often dropped into like complex situations and was asked to like fix the problem. Whatever the problem is, fix the problem. So I unbeknownst to me, I didn't know I was being prepared for the role that I now play, but I was at a crossroads in my life. This is about, I guess it's been 11 or 12 years ago now. And I was traveling so much, and it was really, really challenging. I had to leave on my son's, I think it was 7th or 8th birthday. And my parents took me to the airport, and my father just looked at me and he said, "Friend, it's time for a change. Like, your life and your career, no, they don't match.
Yeah.
And why don't you take the skills and things that you've learned working for these incredible billionaire run businesses and help other people? Like, why not help other people with the things that you know? Like, you should start your own business. You could start locally in your hometown of Rochester, New York, and you never know where that's going to take you." And he's like, look to me as an example of that, because my dad left or retired from big corporate. He held an executive level position at the end of his run, but he was with the company for 30 years.
Wow.
And after 30 years, I mean, he started when he was like 22 or 23 years old. He was 49 or 50 when he retired. So like, incredible career, right? He had done,
Some of us are still just figuring it out.
I mean, he had done so many cool things in those years. I saw him do and stretch and push himself to grow every step of the way, and just became an incredible leader. And by the time he was exiting that company, he was, managing 2,500 people, which is pretty impressive. But he left that organization and started his own consulting company. And from age 50 to age 60, made more money in that chunk of time than he did his whole career.
Wow.
And he said, "I wish I would have done it sooner, Julie." He's like, "And you're more ambitious." He's like, "You're driven more than I was. You're younger than I was when I started. Why not try?" And I was in my early 40s when I started the company. So I quietly, nights and weekends, I got licensed in financial. I was either going to go law or financial, Elena. And I really didn't want to ask my parents to pay my bills for a year or two, so I could go to law school and pass the bar. So I said, financial is a quicker path to revenue, and I'm really, really good at it. So why not go this way? But what I bring to the table that's very unique and very, very different from, I would say, 99% of people in my space, is I talk about what you really believe about money, and how were you raised with it, and what's your current relationship like with money. Because oftentimes what we don't understand is that the subconscious processing or programming that we have is actually running our whole relationship with money, and it's making decisions for us that we are not really co-signing on.
All right.
We want to get really clear with what's going on underneath. And then also, if I'm working with couples or business partners, you often have a yin and a yang. That's what makes that friction, makes a business happen. You would see it even with me and my business partner. We're very different. And people kind of joke because I'm aggressive when it comes to business growth, but I'm super conservative when it comes to my own finances, like big time. And my partner is kind of like the opposite of me. Like, he's a little bit more conservative in business, but aggressive with personal finances. So we're just very different. And that difference, sometimes you have to figure out what's going to work for the couple, what's going to work for the company. You have to come to it with a plan. We are no longer in a position in the United States to walk around without a financial plan. You can't do it.
Yeah.
You can't do it. I don't care who you are. I don't care what you're doing. I've talked to people that are multi-millionaires all the way to people that are thousandaires, and everyone needs some type of plan to be long-term successful, to get where they want to go with their money.
Yes. And you and I can vouch for the work that we had talked about and done like years ago, because we met, I want to say, has it been 4 years now?
It's been a while, Lena. I was trying to figure it out, actually. I want to say 2021.
I was going to say, because I think you've been part of Christmas in July from the very beginning.
Yep.
So it's wow, it really has been longer than that. But some of the exercises and some of the things that you even had me do at that time, because I had shared my experience of losing everything after becoming widowed, and you really gave me some things that I'm like, I don't know. I don't think I have anything to write down. And before I know it, I'm like running out of room and flipping to the backside. And it was just like so eye-opening to look at it from that perspective. And so I think most people would just be amazed at what some of the suggestions and the beginning things that you can offer just to even open up that whole arena is amazing. So speaking of that, like if somebody's tuning in, because they could be watching live, they could catch it next week, they could catch it in 17 countries like next month. If they're watching, who is like, do you have a demographic that you love serving most? Like better, like, I don't know, that's a better fit, or how would somebody know, like, okay, I need to reach out to Julie?
Yeah, we will work with anyone. And now I have some younger people on our team that say someone is a younger person. Like a lot of my son's friends are now starting to come in and work with us. I initially,
which is awesome, because you're getting them set up.
Yeah, because they've looked at my son's success and said, oh my gosh, how did you get here? You're only 20 years old. And he's like, I listened to my mother. And I listened to my father, because his father is a very successful business owner as well. But I've been really the one guiding the money conversation. So, his friends are now saying, hey, can I come in and meet with your mom? Yes, I set up the initial meeting, and then I may have a younger team member kind of work with them long term. The areas that my partner and I really specialize at a very, very high level are people that literally have just gotten divorced and they need to reestablish their entire financial trajectory. People that have just lost a spouse and really don't know where to turn and really need some guidance. We are very strong there. Business owners that, their business is kicking it, but they don't have a personal financial plan. These are areas that we're very, very strong in. Another area that my business partner has gotten to a high level of acuity in is retirement planning. So clients that are about 3 to 5 years prior to retirement, or even 2 years prior to retirement, we are getting probably 4 to 5 meetings a week of people in this category, because we've done such incredible work for probably about 40, 50 clients. And now they're sending their coworkers, they're sending friends, they're sending family members. So when you do really good work, a lot of it becomes referral based. But I am the face of the company. I am always out here looking for new clients, acquisition wise. We will hit a max, Elena. Our strategy is not to have thousands and thousands of clients. Our strategy is about to have 400, 450 maybe. That's what we can control, a span of control, and have very high level of service. We're not looking to not service. Like, service is very important to Noah and I. In fact, it's built into our program. At a minimum, if someone's managing your investments, they have to meet with you once a year. That's the law in the United States. But we meet with our clients quarterly. And then in addition to that, they know that they have access to us 24/7. So it's a high level of service.
And that gives you a sense of security, comfort. You know that you guys are in it because you truly care and you want to know and you want to stay connected. And that makes a really, really big difference. So what are you most excited about right now? Like what is happening in either side, Divine Abundance or Breathe Capital? Like what's happening in your world right now that you're really excited about and want to share?
There's actually like a fourth entity, a fourth thing that I'm currently doing. I know
Of
people
course
are like,
there is.
you're like a nut. I'm like, well, my son went to college and I had all this extra time, right? He's like, Mom, if I leave you long enough, you just start another company. I'm like, yeah,
Right.
that's what I do. But I actually am getting more and more into coaching. So I actually went and got internationally certified as a divorce coach.
Nice.
And we are currently working with a couple of large national lawyers to help support their legal team when it comes to divorce, because when you're splitting assets, a lot of times the lawyers are really good at the process of getting you divorced, but they may not understand the complexity that comes when someone splits, their financial assets. Things are not the same. So like an investment account is not the same as your equity in your house. So like, what are the long-term impacts of that tax-wise, and how is it going to affect the client? So we are there to support them. So we're doing a lot more of that. I'm also doing more and more retreats. I'm co-hosting 2 in the fall, and then I'm attending Martha Glory's event, Unbound, in August. So I'll be there in Raleigh.
You'll also be at Radiance next April here in Indiana. Yes.
That would be in April of 27, right?
Yep.
Exciting. I am doing an event, kind of like a healing event, which I've gotten more and more into those modalities. And I've become specially certified in integrative energy therapy, which is very interesting. And really the reason I did that, Elena, is because I'm on my own path of healing after losing both of my parents in the last 2 years. So I've been digging deep and on my own self-development, and that self-development I often like to share with other people.
Yeah.
I also have a retreat that's at a very, excuse me, this is cold.
Yeah.
At a very high level space in our area with another really seasoned, incredible coach named Rayanne Lacatina. She is the author of The Integrated Entrepreneur, and that's for business owners mainly from across the country. And I'm so just honored to be a part of that team.
Yes.
I've been especially trained in that methodology. So I do a lot.
Yes, you do.
I do not sit idle. I like diversification when it comes to the work that I'm doing. So I like to do a lot of different things. And the pace that I work at, as my brother has said, is not for everybody, but it works for me. So
yes, I understand that completely. Like, when people are like, oh my gosh, when do you even have fun? Because you're always doing something. I'm like, this is my fun. Like,
work is fun for us.
I love what I do. So kind of the same as you, I go on vacation, come back, and it inspired like a whole nother lifestyle brand and business. So, I do believe that we are just gifted with that. And then it is our duty to do something with it and share it with the world. And I love that you are now certified to do the divorce coaching portion of it, because that is a really, really tough time in people's lives, like so tough, and from all angles. And so when you're looking at that financial piece, to know that you're bringing that expertise, but just the emotional support. And I mean, that's really huge, because even when you're going through that, it can feel very lonely. So
it is very lonely, having experienced it myself. I know you know that about my story, and I have a heart for people. It's part of the reason we started the business, is because of what happened to me during the course of my divorce, where I lost the majority of my net worth and I had to rebuild it.
Yeah.
And I'm like, if this could happen to me, this can really happen to anybody. Because I'm incredibly savvy when it comes to finances and business and things of that nature. So I felt empowered, inspired to help other people. And a lot of what I go through, trauma, life experiences, I like to use the growth that I experienced to help others. I think that that's the greatest gift that you can give to yourself, to transmute the energy that you've gone through, to, help others, lead them out of the storm, so to speak. And I just love the work. I love to do it. Myself and a realtor here locally, we decided to start like a divorce support group for women. We just had our first meeting in June. It was a packed room. Unfortunately, I was sick and couldn't attend, but it's incredible. We're going to continue on with that support here locally, and really excited about that. Also, my business partner Noah is what's called a CDFA, which is a certified divorce financial analyst.
Okay. Wow.
And that allows him to really have a high level of acuity when it comes to splitting assets and having reasons behind why you would split the assets the way that you have.
Yeah.
So that's really incredible to know that there's resources out there like that. That wasn't so prevalent, 12, 13 years ago when I went through my divorce. So,
I think about mine, years ago, and, I didn't know what I was doing. We had one attorney that I think came through his work, and I'm like, hey, it's free. Where do I sign? I mean, I look back and think, what the heck? So what you're doing today, I think is amazing. So, with your clientele, do you find that you work more with women, or is it men and women?
Yeah, we work with both for sure. Different based upon what role I'm playing would determine my answer to that question.
Okay.
But on the financial planning side, I would say we have a good balance of both men and women. Because men go through a divorce too.
Yeah.
So it isn't just women. So in that side of the business, I would say it's pretty split. I would say in my coaching side, it's probably more women. And I would say Divine Abundance is general information for all people. So
Yes.
I think that's pretty much how it would go. So
Nice. Okay. And so how do people connect with you? What is the easiest way?
So the easiest way is anyone that even has I say this all the time, people never take me up on it, but I literally mean it. You can call and have an hour consultation with us for free. So all you need to do is go to breathecapitalplanning.com. It's BREATHE capital CAPITAL planning.com. And we have a Calendly link, and you can just, select the Calendly link and book an appointment with us.
Yeah.
That is probably the easiest way to get a hold of us.
Nice. And, I literally know that you do offer that for free. And so people shouldn't feel intimidated, or they shouldn't feel afraid, or they shouldn't feel like, oh my gosh, what if I don't know answers to questions that they have? It's simply a conversation.
I'm there to educate. I'm there to help you understand what maybe you don't know. That's part of what we do. We believe in financial literacy. We believe in financial education. And I'm a strong proponent that this information should not be gatekept.
Yes.
And any question that you have is not a dumb question. That's what we're here for. We're here to serve other people.
Yes.
It is really not even about us. I know that sounds crazy, but it is not about us. It's about, helping others. I'm just a conduit.
There you go. And I actually, I have mad respect for you, because I also know that there are times you do care so much, but your shit. Okay. I'm just going to say that, your stuff, that when you come across things that it's that kind of raises your spidey senses. I don't know if that's really the best thing. I love that you are able to say that, because you know your stuff, you lead with your heart, you genuinely want what's best for the people that you are working with. And so I just have to say that I love that when you see something that it's oh gosh, that could really go south for somebody, that you are concerned about that. You genuinely care.
You really have to be careful. You cannot give people global advice. You have to understand everyone's personal information. What are their variables? If you just give global advice and be oh, go do this, but you don't think about the tax ramifications for that person because you didn't understand what they do for work, or you didn't understand that they're inheriting, or whatever, because you didn't ask the questions. It's called knowing your client.
Yeah.
You are putting yourself at tremendous risk for liability. And because of what we go through for licensing and operating here in the state of New York and how strict it is, I'm very mindful of that. And I don't do that. I do not you will never hear me give someone specific advice on here or anywhere unless it's in a one-to-one meeting where I've had a chance to ask you all the questions.
Yes. And I love that. I love
yeah.
that about you. So thank you for that. So I have one more question for you before we wrap up. As a sponsor for the Streamathon this year, and I think you have been you've been front row every single year. Can you share why do you choose to sponsor Christmas in July? The Streamathon is just a fun thing. It's a give back that we do that I feel like it's a way to pour, genuine goodness out into the world. But even in successful businesses, like times are tough. So why did you choose to sponsor Christmas in July again this year?
Well, a couple of reasons. You primarily. I love you, Elena, and I love the work that you do, and I see your heart. And I see you wanting to make a tremendous impact on the lives of other people. And I will always have your back. And I told you that years ago. And I'm someone that if I say that, I really mean that.
Yeah.
But secondarily, like I have worked really hard to get where we are in this company, in my businesses. And I am now at a place where I am blessed. And I want to share those blessings with other people. And I want to, kind of give back. Along the way, there were people that helped me get to where I am. And so like now I feel like it's my time to give back to others. I also believe that it's really important that people feel that they're not alone as they are going through really, really tough things in life. Yourself and some of our other friends, as I navigated the last 2 years, were there for me. And I feel like more and more people need community and whatever that looks like for them. And so I love that you give people an opportunity to become into the community and kind of experience what it's like so that you understand what this is really all about. It's about supporting each other.
Yeah.
And, that's very near and dear to my heart because, I know how lonely it can be. I know how hard it can be. And it's interesting because this past 2 years, I'm not a person that asks for help. It's just not who I am. I'm usually the person that solves the problems. But in the last couple of years, the kindness that was showed to me from yourself, from Allegra, from Judy, Michael Faber, from, oh my gosh, Martha. I mean, I could go on and on. People that proactively reached out to me knowing what I was facing and just showed up. Yeah. And there's something very special about that. And you don't always just come across that in life. So I think the more and more that we can be out there and build community and show other people that they're not alone, the better off we all are.
Thank you. Thank you for that. Because as this has grown, I mean, we're bringing in Australia, Poland, Dubai. I mean, we've expanded. And so the support that you are able to provide and that the other sponsors have been able to provide. I mean, so much has gone into this for basically the past year,
Yeah.
So I just want to publicly say thank you. I want to say thank you to you. I want to say thank you to Breathe Capital Planning, Divine Abundance. I can't wait for our series, to be able to partner with you on your show and, kind of be your little sidekick and bring this series forward. But just the work that you do in the world, it is so important. And you've helped me tremendously over the years as well.
Oh, thank you, Elena. And that's so likewise, likewise, friend.
Yeah.
So thanks.
So I'm getting geared up for tomorrow. You can tell I'm already in my feels and that's just what's going to happen. But so to everyone watching, please take a moment to connect with Julie. Again, visit breathecapitalplanning.com. You can schedule your free consultation. I mean, do it. Just do it. There's no reason to not. But thank you for your support. And remember, we begin tomorrow, July 11th at 10 a.m. Eastern, and you will see me round the clock until 10 a.m. on Sunday. We will be on YouTube, the Prospera TV Network channel on YouTube. So go subscribe to that now. We will be streaming here on my personal page and then also on the Prospera Facebook page. So you will find us for 24 hours, and I am just so excited and can't wait to get started.
Me too, Elena. Best of luck to you this weekend, and just I'm honored to be a part of it. I look forward to seeing everyone tomorrow midday.
All righty, Julie. Thank you so much. We are going to Okay. Hello, hello. Do I have anybody there? We played another sponsor spotlight, so I wanted to be able to get one more in there. Alrighty, guys. So we are going to start waking up. We are going to start lifting this final stretch. I have just a few minutes, and then I'm going to play a really special recording from Mandy Robinson. She recorded from Canada and sent a video in because the time slots just weren't going to work for her. And then I brought some other people in from California, and so we just had to kind of move some things around. But we do have a few minutes before we put her on. So if you are there, if you decide to come and tune in, if you're just waking up, if you're getting your morning coffee, or maybe you're just like, oh my God, don't talk to me so much yet. I'm still waking up. I totally get it, but I'm cranked, man. I am cranked. We are in our final stretch. So I'm going to go ahead and put Mandy's video on, and depending on where we're at here. So if you see this, yeah, here we go. Ready? All right.
Good afternoon, everyone. Mandy Robinson coming to you from Cobourg, Ontario, Canada. On this gorgeous sunny afternoon, I'm sitting atop Lucas Point Cove in the sunshine. And I thought this would be a beautiful place to say hi to everyone, especially Elena Rodriguez for inviting me to speak on her platform, Christmas in July. It's such an honor, and I feel so excited. I don't know how long I'll be able to do this because the sun is kind of beating down and there's not a lot of shade up here, but you can probably hear the waves, maybe, and some songbirds. So I'm going to speak to you about hope. Hope. The scriptures speak of hope as an anchor for our faith. So how much faith do we have? What is our faith? What is its substance? And I'm going to take you back in time to the beginning of COVID-19. And a lot of ill came from that, no pun intended. A lot of negativity came from that, and fear-mongering and lack of hope, as we all know. But amongst it all, there are multitudes of golden nuggets where people crossed barriers and boundaries and inspired and motivated and brought hope to many others. They were blessings, blessings. And that's how I came to be in this book called The Blessings of COVID. The Blessings of COVID. Now, the person who wrote the foreword for this book was Frank Shankowitz, who was one of the co-founders of 3 of the Make-A-Wish Foundation. So this couldn't be more pertinent and aligned with Christmas in July and bringing hope and inspiration to many. So this gentleman, Robert J. Moore, out of Toronto, had been on my back, shall we say, for a number of years, wanting me to co-author at least one of his books, and nothing sat right with me until I heard him say to me, I definitely want you in this book, and it's on the blessings of COVID. And for some reason, everything just aligned. It was like the cogs all aligned inside my mind and heart, because I had many, many blessings during COVID. But this one that I decided to co-author with many, many other authors who believe the same, that we wanted to present the blessings that have affected us and changed the course of our lives, and appreciate the new hope their experiences are giving to life and other people. And so I said yes, right out of the gate. And all the proceeds went to one of the local charities in Toronto that I just forget the name, it's been a while, but they feed hundreds of people daily, and it's all free. So the cost to be a co-author in this book even warmed my heart, because it was going to feed people that needed food. And so I came to write this story. And rather than relate it to you, because I can do just as well reading and expressing, I thought I would read the story. It's called Mouse and the Princess. Mouse and the Princess. And this is the way it goes. I hope you enjoy it, because even just saying it, I have goosebumps. This story, I've told this story many times, and it always makes a huge difference to myself and those who hear it. I began the story, Mouse and the Princess, with magic abounds. Dreams do come true if you just believe. In late June of 2020, a pandemic was in full swing. Local schools had had to cancel year-end graduation proms due to mega global closures in an effort to stop the spread of COVID-19. Our town was not immune, as students and faculty alike were at their wits' end trying to find an alternative celebration. Just pausing there, a little bit of back history. I am a town crier, a female town crier, the first one in this town, crowned in January the 1st, 2015, but appointed in 2014. And I designed all my gowns. Every one are unique. There's not another one like them on the planet. And I've become this ambassador for opening businesses and weddings and births and celebrations and all kinds of wonderful things. And children, oh my gosh, the children's events that I've opened. So I'm pretty prominent in the community, pretty well known. And again, an ambassador for the town of Coburg. And this is how I came to be amidst this story that I'm now going to relate. I found myself sequestered with a grade 8 graduation ceremony just north of Coburg in Canada that included pipers, another favourite of mine. Decorated vehicles would lead a procession through the Northumberland Hills. Positioned at the car park entrance in full town crier regalia, bell in hand and pipers behind me, we made noise. We made noise. It was moving to add such a highlight to the ceremony in my beautiful bright red ballroom gown with white lace trim. Parents were thrilled. When the final vehicle had passed me by and my bell fell silent, I felt the need to unwind, debrief, as I now felt somewhat sad. Why did I feel sad? Because these grade 8s had not been able to have their prom as they should have had it, in my opinion, my humble opinion, and I believe the opinion of many parents too. We did our best, but I felt sad. Entering my car, I headed down to one of my favorite places to think, meditate, and reflect upon just how grateful I am to be alive. The harbour in Coburg. Exiting the car, I slowly made my way along the pier towards the lighthouse, standing on the precipice, stoic, of a vast body of water, Lake Ontario, which actually resembles an ocean. A light, gentle breeze caressed me refreshingly as I walked and breathed in the sights, sounds, and awe of nature. My Victorian ball gown swished and swayed with each step alone on the pier. No one else around as far as I could see. I think the sun is affecting my screen. We shall still continue. The peace and tranquility felt like time had stood still. The sun began to descend with its magnificent hues of reds, oranges, gold, and brilliance. I stopped at the last bench on the pier, close to the majestic, stoic defender of sailing vessels. It was close to the water's edge, facing west into the sunset. The perfect place to pause, feeling beckoned to place my gown carefully as I sat down. Such a serenely beautiful place to reflect and think while facing into the setting sun as the sound of waves gently rolled by and gulls overhead squawked with their evening snacks. Nature's entrancing allure soon had me feeling blessed and peaceful, and I arose to meander back to my awaiting car on the harbour. To my left and right, the waters of Lake Ontario held a vigil for me. I felt safely protected. About halfway down the pier on the opposite side of me, I noticed 2 people walking slowly and easily towards me. I noticed the constantly staring mother at me, and between bending her head down towards the tiny girl, I knew she was asking me with her eyes to connect, and so I did. "Would you like to take photos?" I called over to her. She paused, and a huge smile overtook her face. "Would you really do that for us?" she answered in disbelief. "Absolutely I will," and I walked over to them. With the camera in one hand, she held tightly to the tiny girl with her other hand. This tiny, beautiful little girl was beaming her face towards me, as if struck by a fairy's magic wand. She was aglow with an aura of innocence without inhibitions or apprehension, just pure, unbridled joy. She wanted to engage her princess, as she soon came to call me. And here I was, blissfully happy to delight her and make her dreams come true. So I asked her mother if it would be all right to approach the little girl. I would crouch down and my dress would spread afar, enabling us to keep good social distance from each other, and I would be wearing my white gloves. I said that we could just enjoy each other's company, pretending that she wasn't there, allowing her to freely take pictures, whatever photos she wanted to. The mother was ecstatic with joy and kept thanking me profusely. So I asked the little girl what her name was. She wasn't shy at all in brightly announcing with a huge smile that stretched across the harbour, "Mouse!" Oh, what a beautiful name for such a tiny, dainty little girl, who, incidentally, was wearing a red and white headband and red and white sneakers, perfectly aligned with my outfit. Yes, she and I were totally color coordinated. It was so surreal, it couldn't have been planned any better. I crouched down, reached out my right hand to her, and she came over and gently took it. A feather-like whisper enshrouded us, as if the gods had conspired to create this precious moment in time. "I'm Mandy, and I'm so happy to meet you, Mouse. How old are you?" "I'm 4. Are you a real princess?" she excitedly replied. "Why, yes, I am a real princess. I knew you were," she said, just beaming from ear to ear, not even a glance over her mother clicking away to my left. She was totally at ease with her princess. "Why are you here? Have you come just to see me?" She entered her dream world created with all her magical and imagined desires. "I came especially just to see you, sweetie." I had fallen in love with this tiny angel whose fragile innocence had cast a spell over my soul, and I knew she would remain in my heart forever. I just wanted to scoop her up and hug her. I asked her if she was enjoying her summer and if she was just out for a walk with her mother. "Yes, I wanted to meet a princess, and now I have." And her mother had said that as they were walking up to the pier, Mouse had spotted me and declared, "Look, Mummy, look, it's a princess." And she couldn't believe her eyes, hoping that somehow I would stop and say hello. The magic fairy dust was sprinkled all around us and sparkling with effervescence. At some point I had to leave and stood back up telling Mouse to have a great summer and be a good girl for Mommy and Daddy. The mother thanked me with tears in her eyes. I was taken aback and instantly knew there was more to this encounter than I had realized at the time. I walked away, got back in my car, and found myself mentally in another world that was blissfully happy. Magic had just literally happened, and I was privileged to be a part of it. I got home and thought about Mouse and her mother, often for days. I would see them occasionally over the next few months, and our relationship grew into something quite special and unique and beautiful. That was until I received a message at Christmas time saying that they were leaving town in a hurry by the new year. I was stunned and shocked, lacking understanding. They would let me know when they had arrived safely at their destination, which turned out to be out east, and true to her word, Mouse's mum sent me a brief email. We had to move quickly from Toronto because our home was no longer a safe place to be. Mouse is 4 years old. During this turbulent time, she had lost her grandparents, who were no longer safe for her to be in contact with. The playgrounds were closed. Mouse hadn't seen anybody else in months but her parents. Life was feeling uncomfortable for my poor kid. But we decided to make the best of life and went for an evening walk. I wanted to show her that this new town, Coburg, was magical and that there was real beauty and security here, though her life had changed so much. We walked out onto the pier and I took pictures of my small town girl who was still missing the wonder of the city she was born in. And then, as if my heart had willed you into existence, there was a princess in the most lovely dress I had ever seen. Mouse was in awe. I took a photo and you two talked. No, connected. In that moment, life was wonderful, surprising, safe, kind, and gentle again. My child inflated again. Mouse was home. Thank you, Mandy. I have no words for how much you mean to us. I'm welling up. In a world where we lack family, you have quickly become ours. My biggest blessing of the pandemic? A chance moment in time, an act of kindness that brought such great joy and happiness to a tiny, nimble little girl and her mother. In turn, that experience saturated my heart with love and humility for the blessing that I had been able to bring to others. You see, I love who I am. I love what I have to give. I love my life, and I am grateful. The Blessings of COVID. Mouse and the Princess by Mandy Robinson. What blessings are you encountering? What blessings are you reaching out to extend to others, to give them hope and inspiration and love and humility? These are the things that matter, the things in here. And this is why I do what I do, and I know this is why you do what you do. So let's continue to spread the light, shine the hope, be inspiring, be the love, be the kindness, and always ask, in everything you think, say, and do, before you do it, what would love do next? What would love do next? And do that. Blessings upon you. Thank you, Elena and friends. It's been an honor. God bless.
Come on. There was a night I thought would never end. Silence in the room, louder than my breath. Somewhere in the dark, a spark kept whispering, this isn't where your story stops. Little by little, the light came back, not all at once, just enough for the next step. Come stand in the circle of hope. Let the rhythm move your soul. No more carrying the night alone. If you're searching for a sign tonight, Navidad llegó in July. Different stories, different scars, different prayers under different stars, but the rhythm pulls us together, and suddenly the broken feel strong. One voice becomes two, two voices become a sound, and the sound becomes fire, spreading all around. Come stand in the circle of hope. Feel the heartbeat in the room. Hands in the air like we made it through. If you're searching for a sign tonight, Navidad llegó in July. Circle, hope, llegó en July.
Well, good morning, good morning, good morning. I consider this our official start to the last segment of our Christmas in July 24-hour live streamathon. If you are just waking up and you are just tuning in, be sure to drop in the comments whether you're watching this on YouTube or Facebook and the other Facebook, or it's being shared to one of our other speakers, their pages, wherever you're catching this. Be sure to tell us where you are tuning in from. Good morning, Marilyn. Beautiful. So you guys, we are in the final 4 hours, and I actually have to say this 5th year anniversary, our annual Christmas streamathon has been absolutely amazing. Not only have we had some major heartfelt conversations and messages being shared, but there has literally been guests from Dubai, from Australia, from Ukraine, and to be able to talk about hearing bombs going off and just being grateful for waking up to have another day. I mean, we have just hit a whole nother level of gratefulness, and also to be able to bring on Dominic Durnell and to be able to talk about his 12-year-old leukemia journey and him to share from, his young perspective of what it's like going through this cancer. And he actually was up over the late hours and messaged me and said, can I come back on and talk? So we were talking at 3:30 in the morning. And this has touched my spirit more than I can even put into words. And then even Spencer, asking, hey, can I ask you questions instead of you ask us questions? So just thank you everyone for pouring into us. I am honored to be able to bring up our next guest, because being connected and having this feeling of energy that just vibes with each other. This next guest, we've only spoken in voice notes. We have never been on face-to-face. We have never had a real life conversation. And yet she is still showing up to pour hope, love, and inspiration around the globe. So I'm not going to waste any more time. I'm going to bring our guest up. We are welcoming Ramona Kodakarami. And if I pronounced that incorrectly, you could let me know. But Ramona is a behavioral growth strategist who helps founders and CEOs identify the hidden friction that limits growth. So rather than adding more tactics, Ramona uncovers what's slowing decisions, execution, and revenue, helping businesses grow faster by leveraging what they already have. And I can't wait to get into this conversation with her. So let's bring Ramona to the stage. Hello, beautiful. How are you?
Very excited. Just very excited to finally talk to you face to face. So
I know, just between the voice notes. Why don't you tell everyone who you are and where you are joining us from today?
thank you. And first of all, thank you for providing such a space to share our messages. I'm Ramona Kodakarami. Even I can't pronounce it well. My husband is from Iran, so I'm still learning it after so many years. I'm from Hungary, and currently we live in Hungary.
Okay.
I love the Middle East. I lived there a lot, and throughout my journey, I was fascinated by human behavior, what people to move from A to B, and that fascination never stopped from the age of 9. And that's what I do, what I love to do.
I love that. And so have you been able to tune in? First of all, what time is it where you are?
Currently, it's 12 p.m. Sunday.
Okay. So we're 6 hours, 6 hour different. So so have you been able to tune in and catch anything else, like any of the other speakers that have been on today, to see the variety that we have?
Yeah, absolutely. And I can't wait to watch more of them. I just recently watched the previous speaker who read a story
Mhm.
about COVID and the mouse,
Mhm.
and Rajiv
Mhm.
from Dubai.
Yes.
And it was fascinating to discover that he also mapped out human behavior. So very interesting. Also, I watched Jose yesterday and Lethia after that.
Mm-hmm. Yes. Yeah.
So yes, I had a pleasure in watching other speakers too.
Nice. Nice. So starting with the question that I've been asking just about everybody, if I had remember, like if I think I remember to ask everybody, but with our circle of hope, what does hope mean to you?
Anytime you ask this question, I was thinking that, oh my God, what will be my answer? But every time, what came up for me is change, because I hugely believe that change brings good. However we look at it, whether we look at it that there is fear, there is a challenge, there is something on the way, whatever hardships we are going through, that's when you are more accustomed to like hope for something more or better. So for me, that's change and the possibility of growth and uncovering and learning more about your true self.
That's beautiful. Change, a possibility of growth and learning more about your true self. I love that. So when you talk about the behavioral growth, and you were talking about Rajiv, it's obvious that there's such a need for that. So tell us a little bit about the work that you actually do.
So I made a lot of research on my own from personal experiences by being in different places, discovering different cultures, and overall, we are all humans, regardless of position, regardless of whatever journey we are in currently, regardless all that, there is a human core, human layer and behavior, which is not in a box, but it's, as Rajiv said, there is so many dimensions to it. So even to map out, as he said, it's a guide. You cannot box it like the disc. You cannot box human behavior because we are all unique, but there are certain things that actually overlap. There are so many patterns to be able to read it. And the work what I do is more focused on sales and revenue, because in sales, when we see the decades, how people are so resistant to salespeople specifically, because so many trainings are focused on pushy sales. And those trainings do not discover who is actually on the other side. Who am I talking to? Is it really going to help them? So till today, so many people use these frameworks because they are not aware the outcome and how it's actually creating more resistance in their self system.
And you bring up a good point, because if you use kind of like the same for everyone, not everyone will receive it the same. The result won't be the same. And so that's where probably people get that feedback, that feeling of pushy, when if it just could be that you're a different type of person to need to receive it differently. Is that kind of the angle that you're coming in at?
Yes, absolutely.
Yeah.
Yes.
So in your line of work, do you work with individual clients, or like Rajiv talked about the corporate setting, where do you do most of your work?
So most of my work is based on like smaller companies who have a sales team. I worked with multinational companies too, it's just much easier for me to have the impact in smaller companies.
Mhm.
That could be my perception and my focus on work.
Mhm.
I would be more interested also to discover more corporations because it doesn't specifically change the system,
Mhm. Mhm.
because it's about how humans perceive other human beings.
Yeah, yeah. And we have heard, you know, there must be a direction that we're going to touch back into that humanity. There was Dr. Fred Moss earlier today that his business is Welcome to Humanity, and then Rajiv, and you know, we're all just getting back to we're human beings, we're real people, right? Not just these like learn the process out of a book and it's the same for everyone. So I love that. So in with this Christmas in July in the Streamathon, we've talked about hope. But what is like one big dream that you have that you're working towards right now?
Just to spread the message of considering another human being, because especially in the business world, even me, I felt the need to adopt ego. Although my whole life before I was fighting to keep my authenticity because people tried to take it. It was just the way how my life lined up.
Mm-hmm.
And when I really wanted to be in business from a young age, I believed I have to put up on a performance. I have to be different. I want to fit in. I have to look like everyone else. And I did that for so many years. And
Okay.
it constantly gave me burnouts, anxiety, stress, depression, because my true self was like screaming that this is not the way to go. Like, that's not how you lived your life before. Like, wake up.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. And so some, you know, when you described that, how many years ago was that? Like how long ago was that time in your life?
So I started to adopt. Well, I've been working in business since I was 14. I started with market research.
Okay.
But I believe I really wanted to fit in when I started my business in 2020,
Okay.
or even before when I moved back from Dubai from 2019. And it's just constantly like the more I tried to work and the more effort I put into it, it just didn't work at all.
Mm-hmm. And you get to a point, and I think this is great conversation to have, because I think especially starting out in business, people do want to fit in, they want to compare themselves, they want to jump right to where someone else might be, and you do find yourself doing all of these things that just aren't in alignment, they're not part of who you are. And so how did burnout, like how did that show up for you? I know some people go through depression, some people shut down, some people have anxiety. Like how did you know this is not working for me anymore?
So I might be an extreme example because I can push myself a lot, and that's my whole, human behavior discovery is about to really test my limits.
Mm-hmm.
So for me, it was quite extreme. I shut down, but it's because I pushed myself to work way too much. So I knew I'm pushing myself.
Yeah.
And that also helps understanding who you are, like what are your limits and how far you can actually push yourself. Because when there is a client work, you know that, okay, now I can do this much time if I really have a short deadline, but then I need to rest.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Yeah, and you get a better understanding of how you work, at what pace you can push yourself. How difficult was it for you to admit this is not working for me anymore, especially if you are that powerhouse, that go-getter, that I want to do it all, and I want to do it my way and just make it happen. Like how difficult was that for you to begin to change how you built your business? Like, how was that hard for you, or did you just decide and knew that you needed to make a change?
I think it's hard to realize to some degree at the first time to anyone because you don't know what you are experiencing.
Mm-hmm.
So what I discovered is that you have actually like different layers of awareness,
Mm-hmm.
and also you can make research about it. But sometimes it just becomes conscious or mental for the first time, and it's still not full. You are still not fully aware of it that that's actually happening. So I think the first time I just took time to rest, and then again I had a different kind of burnout
Mm-hmm.
for something fairly similar, but I overpushed myself with events because I tested my other limits.
Mm-hmm. Yes. And so now that this is part of the work that you do, how do you actually help other people kind of find what's in alignment for them so they don't get to that point? Is that the kind of work that you actually do with others?
Yes, because it's very important that you understand yourself.
Mm-hmm.
And there are many people who are sensitive.
Mm-hmm.
They have very high emotional awareness. They are empathic, empaths, and they have so many barriers because they try to control the environment so they feel better.
Mm-hmm.
And I understand that because it's very hard to live in the world where you have to be somebody and you should show up somehow and you should brag about your work. It's very hard because those people don't think that they need to prove anything naturally.
Mm-hmm.
So by simply understanding that where you are and still don't put yourself in the box is super important.
Mm-hmm. Yes, I hear you on that one. So with us being here talking about the circle of hope and wanting to pour some goodness, what message, like kind of taking into consideration the work that you do, knowing that you truly care about people, what kind of message can you give to that person that does push themselves, that feels almost their self-worth shows up by how they perform, how much work they do? Like, how can you speak into that person and let them know that it is okay to slow down, to pull back and rest? What kind of message do you have for that person today?
Actually, that's a very interesting question because I have a lot of people around me who, even for like, you cannot. It's interesting because you can influence people, but at some point you cannot force awareness.
Mm-hmm.
So regardless how many times they go over this burnouts or they experience constantly sickness, tiredness, it's very hard for someone to see themselves until they learn the lesson or they realize themselves.
Mm-hmm.
So my message would be just really look at history. Where are the things that you had burnouts, where you had constantly sickness, where you had so much anxiety and stress, and just look at it, like step back. That's the most important. And look at it from the perspective that is it really the life you want to continue with? Because you have the option to change, and it just comes with one decision.
Yes, it comes with one decision. And so when you say that, like when because I'm friends with a couple people, and we work hard, we love what we do, and it usually takes one of them to get sick to actually rest.
That's how they rest.
Yeah, it's like they're going. They hit that wall, and now it's time to rest, right? And so, is that kind of one of the things that you're saying, to start documenting, to start paying attention, what you're going through when things like this happen? Because that's kind of a way that it shows up, like that you've gone too hard for too long and you didn't pay attention, and now your body is saying, I'm done. I have to rest.
Yes, observation is one of the key things in developing more awareness.
Observation. That's pretty amazing there. What is a big goal or a big dream that you are pursuing right now in your life?
To help more emotionally aware people understand themselves and other people, which sounds very broad. Um, I'm mainly focusing on business because there is just something so fascinating about people creating things. And when they take that leap, that bravery. But naturally, that would be my aim at the core.
And so when you're working with people, do you and I know you said small business. Is it usually like a one-on-one entrepreneur that has like a small business of their own, or is it like small corporations or small teams? What do you prefer to work with?
So I prefer to work with both. So it starts with the founder because they have to have that openness and that willingness to go for the next level that they aim to go. And their sales team is just a reflection of the founder because they are the one hiring, they are the one setting the standards. Like everything comes from the founder, from the CEO, from the management.
Yeah, you do make a great point, that it trickles down. It's all connected. So to have to start at the core, that makes a difference. So as we're talking about all the feel good things, what is something that you are extremely grateful for today? Maybe something personal of how far you have come, or something in your life. What are you so grateful for today?
The fact that I never gave up on the one thing that I was so obsessed with it, and everyone around me was telling me how wrong it is. And now it turns out to be that I learned the most about myself, that I can show up authentically, and I can help others to do the same.
And that's key, authentically. I mean, we are beautiful human beings. We are beautiful individuals just as we are. So where do you think that it became so hard to just be who we are, authentic? Like, does that come from childhood? Does that come from being embarrassed at some time? Like, where does that pack on that we stop being authentic to who we are?
It's the whole system, the whole system that we live in. It's all the system. Wherever you go, you are forced to, and also the society, right? Like it's like a circle, that the system, everyone is like showing you how you should be and how not to be authentic. Because if you are yourself, if you express your true opinion or who you are or how you think differently, then you will be shamed, you should feel guilty, you should have all these negative emotions.
And I'm hearing from several today. There's totally a movement happening where we're done. We're ready to use our voices. We're ready to be who we are and step into our power and our authority. So if somebody wanted to reach out to you, if somebody wanted to know more about what that looks like, to connect with you, what's the best way for them to find you?
They can DM me from LinkedIn, through Facebook.
And yep, so just right on the social medias and everything right there. So who is someone, moving from, you said Dubai, you went from Dubai to Hungary, and who is someone in your life that has truly made a difference? Like in your life, they came and to be a part and just truly impacted and has made a difference in your life.
There were a couple of people who also took the time to work on themselves and go for the things that they want, regardless how their environment was saying otherwise. And that also allowed me to recognize myself that, oh, there is a part of me in them that wants to be as free.
Yeah, that's big right now. So in looking at where you've come and stepping into that authenticity and that place of just confidence in who you are, what would you tell that younger self of you that did struggle through burnout, that did struggle with that pushing yourself to be a certain way? If you could go back and give her some advice, what would you tell her?
Oh, this is a good question because I think about this a lot.
Do you?
Yes. Yeah, actually, if I would change anything, but about the advice itself, I would just say keep going. You just, however slow or fast you can go, regardless, just keep going.
Yeah. And I love that. And I know that you had mentioned that you watched Rajiv when he was talking. Okay, so I'm trying to look at, because I always kind of jot down what where he had said, and it kind of ties into what you're saying here. He mentioned everything happens for the best. Like keeping that mentality that even in those difficult times, or even in those moments that are uncomfortable or that don't quite go your way, but keeping in mind that everything happens for the best. And then I had mentioned Raquel saying nothing has gone wrong, and so do you have any kind of saying that you tell yourself, again and again, repeatedly, when it's difficult to stay in that place of authenticity? Is there any kind of message that you can leave for somebody listening to help them stay into that authentic part of themselves?
Again, very good question.
Thank you. And these aren't written. These are just through our conversation. I'm like, oh, I want to know more.
Recently, I dived deeper to learning more about myself, so that internal monologue changed. And that's one of the best things you can do to yourself. And that monologue is that I trust myself and that I love myself.
Oh. I mean, and it seems so simple, but it's so powerful, that you trust yourself and that you love yourself. And when you say that, there's sometimes when you realize how many really struggle with truly loving themselves as they are, without wishing they were better or doing something different or more skinny or more tall, or it's instead of just truly loving yourself. Do you have any tips or techniques or anything to help build that self-love when you start focusing on self-love? Is there anything that you recommend, activities to do?
That comes down to every individual learning more about what they like and what they don't like. Because when you truly understand the things that you personally like, and you create boundaries, because what people do not realize many times is that the boundaries help other people. Actually, it gives an opportunity for someone else to grow.
And boundaries, that one for me was really hard, but I never knew it. You know what I'm saying? It's like I never until like I'm talking just a couple years ago where I'm like boundaries like instead I would just give and wear myself out and say yes and it's just like, wait, you mean there's boundaries? I can say no. Yeah, so even in the boundaries piece of it, how do you have a way to recommend to somebody on how to start setting boundaries, even if it's something small, to start off? Like, how do you even begin that process when it's all new to you?
So, we as humans are very powerful because you are able to analyze your own self. We all have that capability to analyze ourselves, our environment. We have so many senses. And your body and your mind also signals to you. There are much more layers into like how you get signals, but you feel the signals. If you recognize yourself, how you feel about something, is talking to someone, is it draining your energy or is it expensive? For me, the way how it looks, if it's expensive, I'm more talkative.
Yeah.
I immediately light up, I smile, and most of the people think when they don't know me that I'm like faking it. Well, it's just my me natural, I'm just so happy in the world to interact with other people. But when other people, try to change it with control and trying to press it down, that I should, you should dim your light. I think that's what Rajiv said at the end too, like, let your light shine. And you feel that because it's compressing you. It's completely pushing you down. You feel drained. After it, you don't feel good.
And you bring up a good point. And so that actually is what ties back to trusting yourself and loving yourself. So it's all full circle, right? And we all just have to slow down enough to listen to ourselves, right? Wow, this is like interesting. So if you were to tell somebody that is tuning in that just really struggles with making themselves the priority, making themselves the top of the list to place focus on, place intention, how would you recommend to them, even if it's just a little bit a day, like what is something that they can do to get better at paying attention to how they're feeling like inside?
Prioritize alone time. Because when you are alone, whether walking in nature, you can talk to yourself, you can analyze things, and then sometimes we tend to overthink it and overanalyze it. So as more as you learn about yourself and who you are by spending more time alone, you will understand the interactions with other people too.
Yes. And so then you'll be able to pay attention to the signals that your body's actually giving you. Like it's probably telling you everything that you need to know. And the more you start paying attention and becoming aware of that, it's almost like you're just learning how to read yourself more and more and more. Wow. That's beautiful. That's beautiful. So, oh my gosh, like our time, like this went so fast. If there was one message, like say there's something that you really want to share with somebody that is going to tune in and catch this, maybe later today, maybe next week, like what's one thing that's on your heart that you feel you want to share on this global platform?
If there is one message, is that you should just go for the things you truly want to do, because there is no better time than doing it right now.
That's a gift.
Yes.
I mean, do it now. My dad used to always say, do it now, just do it now. And for you to say, like, there's no better time. You're absolutely right. You are absolutely right. So if people, so yeah, you said LinkedIn, like if people wanted to catch you on social media. So I just want to say this was a joy to be able to like finally connect and talk with each other. I look forward to staying connected and talking some more. But thank you for being part of this amazing experience.
But thank you so much for creating this space.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you.
We will be in touch. All right. Thanks so much. Thanks for a
Bye.
moment. Bye-bye. Okay, goodness. That was absolutely beautiful. So many nuggets. You know, you guys, it just boils down to how she said, trusting yourself and loving yourself. That's about as simple as it can be, yet those are very difficult things for us to do sometimes, right? Okay, so we actually have, I feel like I just got a message. So we might actually have some free time. There might be open space. We are live. And so I didn't really see this message until just now. Give me 1 second. So I don't know if anybody's out there and wants to chit chat or ask me some questions. You can drop them in the chat. If you are watching, tell us where you're tuning in from. But yeah, I think we just ended up with some free time. So give me 1 second. And that happens. We're live. So we've got, let's see. We might have 1 whole hour if they're not showing up. All right. What should we talk about? Who do I got there? Okay, Martha says I can jump in now. Absolutely. Go ahead. Use the link and come on in. We'll chit chat. That would be wonderful. All right, so Martha's going to go ahead and jump in. So thank you. Because I sent Ramona on her way and didn't even get my messages until now. So okay, guys, so here we go. We'll let Martha get connected here and have a conversation. It says device not connected. Here we go. All right, we're bringing her on. Hello. Good morning, sunshine. How are you?
I am here. I am here.
Yeah, people like us do things like this. Well, yeah, I'm glad that I saw you because I have some no-shows. They're probably sleeping in. But so you know what this is all about. You know that we're here to share hope, love, inspiration, and a message. In the past, I think I've given you full screen because you're so passionate. How are you feeling? Do you have the energy to go full screen?
I can do whatever you need me to do. We are built for hard things, and that's my message today. I know that you're going through some hard stuff right now. I'm going through some hard stuff right now. And yet we have this mission and passion that God's given us to walk it out. And so, that this is part of the walk it out is we show up even when our life feels like it's imploding. So
Yeah. Do you know that I wrote a song called Walk It Out?
mm-mm.
I'll share that with you later. But if I can give you full screen for a little bit to share what's on your heart, and then I can come back on and we can chit chat a little bit. But I get so inspired when I actually hear you speak because I feel it filtering. And so I would love to start our morning off with that if you're good with it.
Thank you.
Okay, I'm going to take myself there.
So good morning, everyone. My name is Martha Glory, and I have found that in life, nothing is guaranteed. And regardless of how much healing you've done, no matter how much time you've spent growing yourself, learning, praying, all of those things, life is still inevitably going to life. And you are still going to experience pain, disappointment, heartbreak. And so, in those times, instead of reverting to the old patterns that you once lived in, you have new tools, right? And so you pull out those tools and you exercise those tools and you flex those muscles that are retraining your brain, and you find what we call hope. And hope is one of those things that some people say is not tangible, but without hope, there's no reason to keep doing this thing. It's hard, especially when you get knocked down, especially when it's unexpected, right? But hope helps us to get back up and gives us purpose. I would say hope and faith are very, very aligned. They're very similar because faith is believing in something we cannot see, but we know to be real. And hope is the same way. I have to find a reason to believe. I have to find a reason to have hope, right? And I've been on a healing journey for 14 years, and if you haven't heard my story, I'll give you the acorn version of it. I was born and raised in a religious cult in Wisconsin, and it's all I knew. I didn't know that there were regular churches. I didn't know that other people didn't sit on the floor on their knees for 10 or 12 hours on Saturday and Sunday. I didn't know that something else existed because the cult is all I knew. So that was my norm. I thought physical abuse was normal. I thought sexual abuse was normal. I thought mental, emotional, and verbal abuse was normal. So, to my surprise, when I finally get the courage to escape at age 26, and I don't even know now looking back if that was really courage or if that was God finally saying, I'm taking this one and I'm going to make her something. She will never become what she's meant to be if she stays here. So I escaped the cult. And my story, when I say escape, I mean I had to escape. I had to get by guards and guns and chains. So my whole escape story is in my book. If you're interested, I wrote a book called Glory Going All In, and you can find that on Amazon. But it was a divinely led escape, and it was the beginning of my new life. But just because I was physically free, and I did have to hide for many months because his henchmen were after me, and I'd never had peace, and I was always looking over my shoulder. But eventually, after my parents removed themselves from the cult as well, then I finally was able to get some closure because we were able to make a family separation. So, hope, right? I was free, and now I should have everything I need. But the problem is that my nervous system didn't know I was free. My heart didn't know I was free. I was still very stuck in an abandoned, unloved, unworthy, unfortunate, self-sabotaging place in my being. I didn't feel worthy. I had no self-love, no awareness, no self-awareness. And so I took that pain, all the pain that had happened to me growing up in that cult, the physical abuse, the sexual abuse, the verbal abuse, the spiritual abuse, all of that abuse that is stuck in my body on a cellular level, I took that into the next phase of my life, even though I was free. And so as I entered my new life, it was chaos. It was dysfunction. It was painful. More pain, more pain, more pain. Because, see, hurt people hurt people. I was a hurt person. I didn't know how to be loved. I didn't know how to be cared for. I didn't know how to love myself. So how could I love anybody else? So about a year and a half after I escaped, I got married. And I got married to a Muslim man. And he wasn't practicing, but he was his Muslim, and it's ingrained in the culture's ingrained in you. And his mother lived with us, and so the Muslim religion was very heavy around the home. I had no religion because I was running from God. I didn't know who God was. I didn't want anything to do with God, so I didn't care what religion he was. I had no interest in it. But as I entered into the season of now being a wife, I continued to create the same old pattern. I caused fights. I felt like the other shoe was always going to drop. I waited patiently to prove that he didn't love me, that he was going to break my heart. But see, this is where hope comes in. This is where grace comes in. This is where faith comes in. This man had not been on a healing journey. This man didn't know anything about helping somebody out of trauma. But I had fallen in love with this man, and I had given him what I could of my heart, as closed off as it was. And I allowed him into spaces that I didn't know I had available, right? I wanted him to love me, but I didn't know how to be loved. I wanted him to be nice to me, but I didn't know how to be nice. I didn't want him to lie to me, but I didn't know how to be truthful. But grace, this man, for the first 5 years of our marriage, stood by me, held me, gave me hope, gave me grace. Every time I ran, and I ran many, many, many times from him, we would get in an argument and I would shut down and I would run. He gave me grace. He held me at some of the most difficult times in my life, when I was having nightmares and night terrors, when I couldn't sleep, when I couldn't eat, when I was so stuck in my body that my body started becoming physically sick with migraines, with back pain, with neck pain, with gastrointestinal issues, with fibromyalgia, all of the symptoms and all of the diagnoses that we received in those first 5 years. He stood with me. He gave me hope. He gave me grace. Without even knowing what those things were, he was just a good human. About 6 years into our marriage, I finally made the decision to get help. And I made the decision to get help because I realized that I could not live like this. My husband could not live like this. And I needed to figure out how not to keep hurting him. He had not been the one to bleed on me. He had not been the one to hurt on me. but I had bled all over him. And so I started becoming my own advocate, and I started looking for help. See, if you've ever been somebody that has something that doctors don't know how to treat, you understand that we in this country are not prepared for complex cases of PTSD or mental health. And so, with somebody with the amount of trauma that I had experienced that first 26 years of my life, I show up as this woman, right? She looks normal enough. She smiles, even if it's fake. People didn't know when I would go to the doctor, people didn't know that I had to force that smile. People didn't know that I didn't know who I was, that I had no identity. So I would go from doctor to doctor, from specialist to specialist. They would look at me from their scope of practice, from their what they're used to, right? What they went to school for. If they went to school for headaches and migraines, that's what they looked at. If they went to school for GI issues, that's what they looked at. But nobody ever took the time to look at me as a whole woman, as a child that was broken at such an early age, that was traumatized, that was hurt, that didn't know who she was. That if you asked her if she liked pizza, she would tell you she didn't know because she had never been asked. I didn't know the simplest things about myself. I didn't know my likes or dislikes because nobody cared to ever ask me before. I wasn't allowed an opinion. I wasn't allowed a choice. I was told what to believe. I was told what to like. I was told what to dislike. I was told who I was. And this isn't a poor me story. This is a testimony of somebody that has had to do hard things over and over and over. But God, but hope. You know, looking back over my life, there's so many times where I know I was never alone. Not through any of the things that I experienced in the compound, not any of the things that I experienced in my marriage. I've never been alone, but I've been really lonely because I didn't have that relationship with God yet. So I start becoming my own advocate, and I start seeking out naturopathic healing modalities. So that's some of the ones that I tried that worked really well for me was EMDR, biofeedback, neurofeedback, hypnosis, craniosacral therapy, and many, many more. All these therapies helped me to reclaim the little girl that had been broken at such a young age, that had been abandoned at such a young age, that had lost her voice at such a young age. So over the last 14 years, I have been on this healing journey. There's no final destination because life will inevitably life. And so the healing continues, the layers continue. But now I have tools in my tool belt to confront the things that happen. And I'm able to sit with them instead of react. I'm able to process instead of shut down. I'm able to get back up much faster instead of isolating and pulling away. And so I want to go back in full circle about hope. Hope is what I think, even without knowing that word, I think hope is what got me through every single thing that I had ever been through in my life. I've always been highly intuitive, and I've always had a connection to source that I didn't have words to explain or understand what it was, but I've always had that connection. I've always known how to pray. Prayer has always been one of those things that gave me peace, that gave me hope. And so I've hung on to hope long before I knew what it was, long before I had a name for it. And so when life happens now, I still go back to the things that have served me: prayer, hope, right? But now I add to that list, I know who I am. I know that I can't ever sacrifice all the work that I've done, who I've become, because of anything that ends up happening in my life. See, I don't know what the future holds, but I know who holds my future. And so I have that faith, and I stand on that faith, knowing that I will too get through this. I will too get through whatever comes next. Whatever life throws at me, I will get through it. And the cool thing about healing and hope and prayer is that when we make that intentional decision to go all in on us and do the work required to reclaim ourselves, to find ourselves, to have awareness and self-confidence and self-love, and understand like who I get to be, who I was created by the creator of the heaven and the earth to be, that ripples out to every person that I know, every person that I come in contact with, every person that I coach, every person that joins one of my live events or joins one of my membership programs, because now I'm a trauma-informed coach and I walk with people as they take their next step through trauma. So the ripple effect is why hope is so important, because now I can lend others my truth, my hope, knowing that they can get through this because I did. And I have seen over and over and over how God has used the exact things that I have walked through to help somebody else. I have a deep empathy and a deep compassion and a deep resonance of so many things that I've had to walk through. And so I can understand and I can hold space for so many others that are hurting, so many others that are walking through a tough season. See, my trauma and my pain didn't end when I left the cult. I told you I created much more, right? Because my nervous system didn't know how to be free. I was shackled and held down by the pain and by the things that had happened to me in my past. But at the same time, the things that have happened to me after the cult have all been still creating my testimony, have still been creating my story, are still building who I'm becoming. So experiencing divorce, experiencing miscarriage, experiencing financial situations. A lot of things have happened since my cult days that have been very, very painful that I've had to walk through. But God is hope. And I know that none of the things that I experienced were for naught. Because every day I get to help other people walk through their stuff because I understand. They are not alone. You are not alone. I am not alone. And so whatever you're going through today, whatever you're struggling with, wherever you're at, just know that there's always hope. And sometimes hope comes through other people. Sometimes hope comes from a video on TikTok. Sometimes hope comes from walking in nature. Sometimes hope comes through prayer. Sometimes hope comes through a text or an email or a Facebook post. But it's a choice. We choose every day to find hope or to give up. And so my message today would be that don't give up. You're not alone. Don't isolate. Don't withdraw. Ask for help. And when you do, you take back power. You take back your power. And the ripple effect of taking back our power and healing is generational, y'all. I'm seeing it in my own family, how my 14 years of healing journey is positively affecting this generation and the generations to come for my family. My parents are better because of my healing journey. My siblings, my nieces and nephews, my kids. There's a positive ripple effect because I made the very difficult choice to say, I'm going to go through this and I'm going to heal this so that I don't repeat it. So it's Sunday morning. I'm getting ready to go to church. I'm getting ready to spend some time with the Lord. And just know that if there's something heavy on your heart today, there's something heavy on mine as well. We're in this together, and I love you.
Girl, thank you. You just blessed us this morning, so thank you. I love you.
Love you.
All right. And that's it. That's a wrap. You said it. This 5th annual Streamathon has been so beautiful. I mean, the messages that are flowing through. I think I had my tissues like the first hour. So this was no accident. You needed to be here at this early time. So thank you. Thank you. I mean, that's all I'm going to say. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for having me. Thank you for this work that you're doing. Thank you for the platform. And, thank you for showing up even when it's hard.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, and, it's easy. It's easy to hide, and it's easy to retreat, and it's easy to protect. And so that's why, it's beautiful when we can be open and honest and true and unconditional love for each other. So we just need to keep sharing that. So that's what this is. And thank you for your message. That was beautiful. That was absolutely beautiful.
Thank you.
All righty, hun. I'll let you go and get ready for your day. But yeah, you just blessed us this morning. So love you. All right.
Bye.
Whoa. Okay. So that was a total flip of time, and that was not by accident. So we are going to bring up Miss Queen Barbara J. Beckley coming on here. There we go. Hello, beautiful.
Hello, Miss Wonderful Queen of Queens. I'm just like in this awe. That was a mic drop. I don't even know what to say. I don't even know if I can say anything right now. Is just say hello, love everybody, and kind of just move.
Oh man, yeah,
Oh
that's
God.
why you could feel it. It flowed. We all needed to just receive that,
Yes,
So, but
I'm
oh
so
my
glad
goodness.
that it flipped. Because like you said, divine order, and that's what that was. That was just divine order. There was a reason why I was dealing with things, because that had to happen. That had to
Yeah.
happen.
Oh man. So good morning. Like, Thank you for being here. Thank you for being here. Why don't you tell people where you are joining us from?
Well, I am joining everybody from Kenosha, Wisconsin. And it's, it's a lot of people like, oh, you're in cold weather. Where is it? It's like 30 degrees, or is it snowing, or do we have a, some kind of storm? Like, no, we have those not normal days. So today we're reaching 75 and it's sunny. So, we got to celebrate that here.
I hear it. So I'm just going to ask you, Miss Queen, because I know you do a lot of speaking and you do a lot of platforms. Do you have a message that you want to share full screen, or are we going to have a conversation?
I could do full screen. Yeah.
Okay. I would love to give you that time. Yep.
Okay.
Here we go.
Thank you so much.
Yeah.
Well, everybody, like I said, like Olivia and Elena was like, that was amazing. So I want to give first some love to Martha. I mean, I really want to give a lot of love, because this is about, people, we all raise each other up, right? This is the part about the Circle of Hope. I mean, this part here that Elena put in is a Circle of Hope. And we always have to make sure that we are not just giving hope from, our stories and everything, but hope to each other and raising each other up. So I definitely want to raise up Martha. Her story, it is strong. And, anybody that talks to her, sees her, listens to her, please take those golden nuggets that she's giving out of her story to make sure that's giving you hope. And I love this section of it. And it's interesting because, like Elena said, everything's in divine order. Everything's divine order. I mean, everybody has their anchor in their life. My anchor is God, Jesus. Other people might have the anchor in meditation. They might have an anchor in, just really, looking at more of a different aspect of it. But long as you have an anchor, a positive anchor that you're holding on to. So I love, that taking and thinking about hope. You think about what that really means. And I always say that when you go through struggles and you go through your valleys, high and low, and your earthquakes and floods of the world, I always say, oh, these are earthquake, floods, and storms of life, right? And I always say it's a stepping stone of strength. So we use that, and some people ask me, well, what is your famous line or some trigger that helps you get back on track when you're going through storms and earthquakes and stuff? And it's interesting because somebody even written a song for it for me lately. And I always say, flip it. I always say, flip it. I do it when I'm working in my day job. I'm doing it in my business, what I have. And I just do it in general because I always want to think about, okay, we are all leaders in this life. And if people see me always looking so downtrodden or whatever, then we're not giving them that hope because we're so busy into ourselves. And I know some people might get upset and be like, well, Barbara, yeah, it hurts. Yes, I know it hurts. I have screamed in my life. I have yelled in my life. I have cried like a baby, like just tears. I mean, sweat tears because of things that I went through. But at the end of the day, I had to tell myself, Barbara, you're still standing. You're still alive. You're still able to have a voice right now. What are you going to do about that? So you need to flip this. And then ever since I said I started at maybe 2 years ago, it just popped in my head. I was like, okay, I'm doing. So now every time I'm talking to myself, every time I hear somebody else talking and I say to flip it, but I always people give grace and I give them love and caring and say, okay, let's get this out. Whatever's going on, get it out, scream it out. Just last week, I was upset about something and I went and I know my neighbors, they probably think they're like, okay, is she either she's just going through right now or she's just crazy? Because sometimes I'll open my door and I'll be like, I do. And then I shut the door and then, God comes in there and he's like, okay, Barbara, you're good now? You got it out? Just a little bit more, Lord. Get that out. Then God comes back. He's like, you good? One thing about God, he is a gentleman in our lives. And he'll come and he'll let you do what you got to do. But at the end of the day, he's going to be like, okay, let's get all that and let's see what we need to do with that now. What are we going to do with the energy now? Because that energy was for you to get that out. Now the energy has to come in. The love has to come in. The forgiveness has to come in. You know, all that has to come in now. Because, like I said earlier, we're all leaders in this world. And now we have to put it out there to say, you know what? I went through this, but it's okay. But you're still here. But you are a powerful voice in your life. But your gifts have something to say to others. And I wanted to make that foundation right now because there was a time in my life that I was looking on the outside, looking in at everybody else having their purpose, having their gifts, having their voice, being strong out there, just, you know, doing their thing. And it seemed like people were resonating with them. And it was just all kumbaya love. But I was on the outside because I felt like I wasn't worthy. I wasn't able to do that. I didn't feel like I didn't have a gift, because it's not so much people told me when I was younger that I wasn't worthy, that I wasn't nothing, that I was ugly, that I would never, ever have a voice, a powerful voice out there to tell anybody anything. Because what do I have to say? You don't have nothing to say, Barbara. You're not even important. And it didn't help. Okay, talking about the earthquakes and floods coming in your life, right? It didn't help where for 9 years I was bullied in school. Then after that, from that point, then I lose my wonderful, I call him my diamond, my dad. I lost him through somebody else taking his life. And then in the age of 20, between that time, yeah, I'm going through the cycle of storms right now. I was sexually molested. And then after that, I get married for 25 years to somebody that wants to be a narcissist in my life and just pile more and more stuff and say, you're still not nothing. You're not anything, right? Then after that, I find out, oh, I got cancer. I got uterus cancer. And I wanted just to not even think about that, because everything else, I was like, okay, I don't want, no, I don't know, no more. And then I let that kind of escalate and had to wind up getting a rush surgery for that. Okay. So everybody's like, okay, wow. And you know what, one thing I always tell people, when you tell your stories, this is not to be that victim again. This is not to sit there and be, oh, what was me again? It took a lot for me to get to that point, because again, I had to look at for who was my anchor. And second, I had to say, I have an accountability right now. And my accountability is to make sure that everything that I went through, turn it around, flip it, to make sure that I am giving that hope a circle of hope, that I'm making sure that people understand that even though Barbara J. Beckley went through all of that she's still standing, that she can still tell the story, that she can show this bridge. I always tell people, I said, there's a bridge to where you've been and then where you go. But it's up to you to make sure what bridge you're crossing. It's up to you. It's always up to you. All the decisions in your life, most of them, 99% of them, I'll say that, 99%, it's up to you. And every time something happened, I had to make a decision. Now, did I make the right decision sometimes? No, we all don't make them. We're all human here, okay? So don't beat yourself up. And that's what I did a lot of, okay? I've been there. I've been to the beat up pool a lot. And it was usually me. You know, I mean, others, they come in, others going to always come in. No, you didn't do that. All those voices and everything. But at the end of the day, you have to make that decision to have the peace. You have to make the decision to say, okay, I'm going to move forward. You have the decision to say, I'm going to flip it. And if you don't make the decision, it's going to go a different route. And then it takes a little longer to get around. But even when you make wrong decisions, you still have to flip it and this is the important part. I just feel this, people out there right now, I'm feeling something. Just take the lessons. Look at what's being learned from that more so than the sorrow of it. And I know that's really difficult sometimes because some of that hurts. I mean, it wasn't a really good feeling when I found out my father was murdered. That hurt to the core. to the core where I was going to take my own life, to the core where I thought I was a nothing. It hurt bad. And for sit there to somebody at that time to sit there and tell me, well, just flip it. No, it didn't. It hurt. So I want you to know that this is not just, I know you're probably like, it's not that easy. And I know. And I want you to understand that everybody that goes through something, we understand that. We all do. But see, what happens, and this is what happened in my life, every time something happened, it was like some type of change in me and some type of change that somebody would come in my life, person, place, or thing. Sometimes it wasn't even a person. Sometimes a song would come on. Or sometimes I would hear something on like the, am I saying I'm engaging myself on the radio? I would hear some song, or I hear somebody say something, or I just remember something back that somebody told me a long time ago that was positive in my life. It just, everything just always kind of changed and said something where I was like, okay, wait a minute. What am I going to do here? What am I going to do in this situation? So I just want to just, I'm coming to you with a heart, with a big, huge heart all the time. And, people talk about, they start off with, well, my name is such and such, and I do this, and I work in this, or I got this type of business. But the biggest thing that I always tell people, start off with, my name is this. And the reason why I do what I do is because of the gifts that God has given me, or the gifts that, like I said, people have different anchors. And I just want to, change the world a certain way, or I want to bring love back. I want to, start off with those things, because people can need to resonate with that more so than what you do. And I've been pushing this for the last 3 years, because I'm finding out that love in the dictionary has fallen short. I'm going to put it out there. It has. LOVE. I was like, is it still in the dictionary? Is it still a definition? And is it the right one? Love, unconditional. I'm going to put the unconditional love. Unconditional love. And I'm going to add that unconditional hope. So I want, it's just, I feel like in this time and age that it just needs to be even extra. And then when you do love somebody, when you are giving somebody some hope, be the unconditional part of it, because we don't need nothing attached to it. There should be nothing attached to love. Love is just love, period. I love you, period. I know Elena, I'm just going to throw her out here as an example, and other people I do too. I do a mental health check-in every day. And I pick people that I don't know, people that I know, people that I, it's just not like all my friends or my family and stuff. I pick just people in general, just pick. And I send a smiley face or a heart, or just do a little like, do you know that you're a queen? Because, I always call the women queens. And I say, you are a queen. Remember that. And some be like, yeah, bro. Yeah. I said, no, you are. Yeah. And the ones that go, yeah, I know there's something deeper inside that's going on, that they don't really appreciate who they are. Somewhere, some line, either they told themselves or somebody told them that they are not that worthy of that. And I said, I'm here. If I had to be the only one for right now to tell you that you are. So I'm telling everybody that right now. You are totally worthy. I tell Elena sometime, once in a blue moon, I will call her. I will text her. I will send her something in Facebook and say, hey, queen, how you doing? Queen of queens, love you. You just keep doing what you're doing, because you are powerful. You're wonderful. And I want to continue to do that. I never want to slip from that, because we have to hold each other up. And just to give you a little side note, I don't know what time is side note, I love the kings too. I had to put that out there, because some of them, the lovely men in my life who came to me, just the last few months, they have to get their love too. They're like, y'all talk about the queens. You never say nothing about the kings. I'm like, really? Can you give us our time right now? We need our time. So I love the kings too. Okay. I want to put it out there, because I don't want to get no more texts anymore talking about I don't love the kings. But yes, as a king and queen, we all need that love. We all need that hope. And I just real quickly, I just recently in the last month and a half, I have dealt with 2 deaths in my life. right? This year, just a little while ago. In fact, I just came back and I just got like, I think I'm on fumes right now, just 3 hours of sleep, because I just came back from Illinois, where my family was, and we had the first funeral, and the second funeral was next Saturday. And it seemed like every time we lose somebody in our lives, you know, I'm glad his family, no matter what's going on, whatever kind of craziness, drama, you know, we got that drama. So I know everybody got family drama sometimes. I know it's not only me. But when it comes to this, we put it to the side and get it together and come together as a family. So I was just thinking of all the losses we did have this year, because all together we had like 10 losses. And this was like back to back. So, you know, somebody asked me, a friend of mine, because they knew I was going to the funeral, and they said, Barbara, are you okay? You know, they always, you know, people check in, which I love. They're showing love on me. And I said, I'm good. I'm good. They said, you sure? Because you've been going through a lot of losses this year. I said, yeah, I'm good. I mean, I'm hurt. I miss them, you know, but I'm good. And the reason why I can say I'm good is because in my mind, I'm thinking that still the accountability, even through this, even through the deaths, that I believe that each person that passed away in my life has a legacy to live out still, through me, through others, through anybody that knew them. So I have to have that accountability to say to myself, I have to put out there their legacy. I had to continue to bring that out there. If it was, you know, for service that they did, or just, you know, showing the love and love and life, whatever it was that they were doing, and, you know, their life ended right now, that we still have to leave that legacy of what they wanted to leave. And we have to continue that, as we know that. So I always tell them, I said, yeah, I have to make sure, it's my duty to me to make sure that, you know, whatever they left here, even fun. I mean, one of my cousins that passed away, she was so funny. I mean, she would have you laughing. I don't care what was going on. She would have you cracking up. Some people would say, well, you and her are just like Barbara. You two are just like, you were two like just the twins almost. And I was like, really? They said, yeah, really, Barbara, you just make us laugh. Sometimes you make us laugh. You didn't even realize you were making us laugh. You just do it. And that's joy. You know, she brought joy in people's life. So I said, you know what? If I had that little bit that she had, that keep people telling me, I want to still bring that joy out too. And in my mind, I'm saying, okay, I'm helping, I'm bringing the joy, but I'm also, my cousin did it, and I want to make sure that keeps going out to the world. So think about things in your life when you want to bring hope to others, when you want to bring that joy, when you want to bring that love. It's so important right now. It is so important right now in this society. I'm just going to say it like that and keep it creepy, just like that. I'm not going to go anywhere else. But through everything you do, through every heartache, to any person that said anything crazy to you, and I'm just putting it out there because people say some crazy stuff. They really do. But it's something, I always think it's something in them that's getting them to say something to you because they don't want to face something that's going on in their life. And it's really 99% of the time, that is what it is. They just want to they just shove it on you, putting all their guard or whatever on you, so they cannot look in the mirror and say to themselves, well, you know what, I'm dealing with this, or I'm having problems with this, or what have you. So don't take it, you know, don't say it like this, don't take it personal. Just, you know, I always say, I pray for people. When people start coming at me and attacking me or whatever they want to do, I'm just going to pray for you. Because one thing about it, two people, somebody always told me, they said, when you're arguing with somebody or talking to somebody or whatever, you're never going to get your point across if you're both doing the same thing. So what if you got to take a decision to do something different or flip it than the other person? So if somebody's arguing, you shut it down, or you don't say anything. You let them, or you say, you're done? No, I'm not done. Okay, you know, let it out. Because I'm not going to argue with you anymore, right? So same as somebody talking back to me or talking back to you something that's not right. You know, you can go back and forth with a person, but you're giving them more energy. You're giving them more fuel to put out there. And I always tell people, I'm not going to give you no negative fuel anymore. We're going to stop that. Even if I got to shut it down myself. And I have done that too. I've done that many times. But it takes time to get there. Some people be like, well, they still piss me off. Well, okay, now it's you now. Get your peace back. Because I always want to end it like this. We in control of our own peace. We have control of that. Some people like, how they just pissed me. How am I going to control that? Because you took the time to say, I'm going to get into all this. So you made a choice not to have the peace. Yes. Don't get mad at the messenger. You have made a choice. So all the choices that you make right now depends on everything that falls afterwards. Remember this, out of anything I said right now, that you are an important person. You have that gift. Protect the gift. Put it out there because it's needed for everybody else to give that hope. And also remember to love unconditionally, love on yourself first, and then love on others unconditionally. I'm saying that a lot because some people take love and they feel like they have to get something back. There's been a lot of giving I've done this past month. I mean, a whole lot. But I'm not looking anything back for just love back. That's all I look for. And even if I don't get the love back, oh well, I don't. But at least I put it out there. What you put out there, what you put the seeds, you put those seeds out there and they grow. And it's going to become beautiful, beautiful. You're going to have a beautiful harvest of growth, of love, of kindness, of hope, all that. You put those seeds out there, all that's going to grow out there. But if you put seeds of upset, unforgiveness and everything, that's another harvest that you don't want to grow. So make sure that you're growing a good harvest. And make sure that you're taking care of yourself first, because if you don't do yourself first, then everything else just kind of falls backwards, because now you're into, you're not doing you the way you need to do. So if there was any last thoughts I would say, and I said it a few times throughout what I was saying, is everything you can make a decision, you have to make a decision, but just flip it. Just flip it. Flip it. So I just want to say, I didn't know where my time was, but I wanted to make sure that I put that in, because I think it's so important when we're talking about this part of standing in the circle. And I love how Elena has the circle of hope. You see, she didn't say having hope. And I don't know if she meant this the way, but I'm picking this up. It's like I'm picking this up. The circle of hope. Everybody I might have been listening, or maybe they might listen to this on, video on demand or everywhere that's going to be placed afterwards. But remember, everybody that came on this 24 hours, this is a circle of love, a circle of hope, a circle of forgiveness. I mean, it all kind of comes together. And that's what we have to do. You can't do things alone. You cannot do things alone. I don't care how much you say you can. You can't do things alone. And you really shouldn't do things alone. We should be helping each other lift that up, period. My pastor always says, every time she stops, so she's like, yeah, that's it, period. And I like that, because it's like there's nothing else to say. It's the end of the sentence. We're done with that. So with that said, I just love, look at Elena. I just love Elena. I just love what she does. Hopefully I gave something out today, because it's just so important to just really remember who you are in yourself. Love on you, because the more you love on you, you love on others. And that is all just, it goes that way. So thank you, Elena, for so much for just being the person you are, lady. I know we haven't talked in a while, but I always want to tell you how amazing you are. Always just put a big smile on my face and keep me going, because we have to keep each other going. So lady, you always keep me going. So thank you so much.
Thank you. We do keep each other going. And you know what? Thank you for showing up this morning. I know that your travel schedule yesterday, and you going through a lot, but to still show up and to be here. Thank you, because this has been a beautiful streamathon, and they all have been, right? They all have been, but this being our 5th year, the messages that have been flowing through everyone, I'm touched. I'm touched this year, and it's a true celebration. And just thank you so much. I love how you drop those nuggets of calling, hey Queen, thinking of you, lifting each other up. But I loved how you talked about being that bridge, the bridge. It all just means so much.
Yeah, it does. Yes, it does. So if anybody out there that needs some hope out there or need that, try to start the bridge, well, I'm going to say go to Elena and then come to me too, because we're the circle.
Yes, that circle of hope. And so it is. This has just been an amazing, I can't believe we're coming into the final stretch. It really is hard to explain how fast it goes. It really, really is. But
you do it so well too. I just want to say, this is your fifth year, so congratulations on that. But you do it so well. It's just like you just this wonderful.
Yeah, this year, I mean, we had Dubai, Ukraine, Hungary, Australia, and if anybody catches, I think it was the third segment, one of the Natasha, I believe it was, from Ukraine, to be able to literally talk about living in hope, a tangible hope, because they're hearing bombs as they go to sleep there. And she's like, and we're still getting up, we're doing birthdays and restaurants. They're living in it and trying in the war zone, and it just kind of keeps things in perspective.
Yeah, I'm about to say that's a whole perspective of okay, and then who are we to sit there and whatever, and look what she has to go through.
Yeah, and to just be celebrate. To just be able to bring the connection, we literally went around the world, and it's just really meant a lot. So thank you so much for being here. So special to have you here. And I'm going to where can people reach you? If people want to contact you, Miss Barbara J. Beckley, and all of that, tell them what's the easiest way for them to contact you if they want to start that bridge.
Well, I always just tell people, just hook me up on Facebook or LinkedIn in the Messenger. I love doing the DMs because it makes it more personal. Yeah. I mean, you can always do a shout out on my post or whatever, but I always like the DMs because then I can make it personal and I can remember to reach out and do those little smiles and hearts and everything. So yeah, that's the best way to get me.
All righty. Thank you, Queen. Love you. And just thank you for being part of the 5th annual.
Yes. Thank you, Queen.
All righty. We'll talk to you soon. All righty, folks, we're rocking and rolling. I do have, I want to be able to, I don't know if Mandy Robinson, are you still here watching? I'm not sure if you're still watching, but Mandy sent a video in and we were going to play it yesterday, but because of some scheduling with people in California and just different time zones, I told her I wanted to save it for this morning. So we played it really, really early, but as everyone is waking up, we're in our final stretch, and the final stretch of this, what is I don't even have my segments, A New Day of Hope. Okay. That's the segment that we're in right now, A New Day of Hope. So as we are waking up this new day, this final stretch, I actually want to play Mandy's recorded video because she shared a story. And number one, she's an amazing storyteller. Her voice is just captivating, but just the beauty of the scenery and the sounds. I think that we could all use this message as we start a new day. And so here we go.
Good afternoon, everyone. Mandy Robinson coming to you from Cobourg, Ontario, Canada. On this gorgeous sunny afternoon, I'm sitting atop Lucas Point Cove in the sunshine, and I thought this would be a beautiful place to say hi to everyone, especially Elena Rodriguez for inviting me to speak on her platform, Christmas in July. It's such an honor and I feel so excited. I don't know how long I'll be able to do this because the sun is kind of beating down and there's not a lot of shade up here, but you can probably hear the waves, maybe, and some songbirds. So I'm going to speak to you about hope. Hope. The scriptures speak of hope as an anchor for our faith. So how much faith do we have? What is our faith? What is its substance? And I'm going to take you back in time to the beginning of COVID-19. And a lot of ill came from that, no pun intended. A lot of negativity came from that, and fear-mongering and lack of hope, as we all know. But amongst it all, there are multitudes of golden nuggets where people crossed barriers and boundaries and inspired and motivated and brought hope to many others. They were blessings, blessings. And that's how I came to be in this book called The Blessings of COVID. The Blessings of COVID. Now, the person who wrote the foreword for this book was Frank Shankowitz, who was one of the co-founders of 3 of the Make-A-Wish Foundation. So this couldn't be more pertinent and aligned with Christmas in July and bringing hope and inspiration to many. So this gentleman, Robert J. Moore, out of Toronto, had been on my back, shall we say, for a number of years, wanting me to co-author at least one of his books, and nothing sat right with me until I heard him say to me, I definitely want you in this book, and it's on the blessings of COVID. And for some reason, everything just aligned. It was like the cogs all aligned inside my mind and heart, because I had many, many blessings during COVID. But this one that I decided to co-author with many, many other authors who believe the same, that we wanted to present the blessings that have affected us and changed the course of our lives, and appreciate the new hope their experiences are giving to life and other people. And so I said yes, right out of the gate, and all the proceeds went to one of the local charities in Toronto that I just forget the name, it's been a while, but they feed hundreds of people daily, and it's all free. So the cost to be a co-author in this book even warmed my heart, because it was going to feed people that needed food. And so I came to write this story, and rather than relate it to you, because I can do just as well reading and expressing, I thought I would read the story. It's called Mouse and the Princess. Mouse and the Princess. And this is the way it goes. I hope you enjoy it, because even just saying it, I have goosebumps. This story, I've told this story many times, and it always makes a huge difference to myself and those who hear it. I began the story, Mouse and the Princess, with magic abounds. Dreams do come true if you just believe. In late June of 2020, a pandemic was in full swing. Local schools had had to cancel year-end graduation proms due to mega global closures in an effort to stop the spread of COVID-19. Our town was not immune, as students and faculty alike were at their wits' end trying to find an alternative celebration. Just pausing there, a little bit of back history. I am a town crier, a female town crier, the first one in this town, crowned in January the 1st, 2015, but appointed in 2014. And I designed all my gowns. Every one are unique. There's not another one like them on the planet. And I've become this ambassador for opening businesses and weddings and births and celebrations and all kinds of wonderful things, and children. Oh my gosh, the children's events that I've opened. So I'm pretty prominent in the community, pretty well known, and again, an ambassador for the town of Coburg. And this is how I came to be amidst this story that I'm now going to relate. I found myself sequestered with a grade 8 graduation ceremony just north of Coburg in Canada that included pipers, another favourite of mine. Decorated vehicles would lead a procession through the Northumberland Hills. Positioned at the car park entrance in full town crier regalia, bell in hand and pipers behind me, we made noise. We made noise. It was moving to add such a highlight to the ceremony. In my beautiful bright red ballroom gown with white lace trim, parents were thrilled. When the final vehicle had passed me by and my bell fell silent, I felt the need to unwind, debrief, as I now felt somewhat sad. Why did I feel sad? Because these grade 8s had not been able to have their prom as they should have had it, in my opinion, my humble opinion, and I believe the opinion of many parents too. We did our best, but I felt sad. Entering my car, I headed down to one of my favorite places to think, meditate, and reflect upon just how grateful I am to be alive. The harbour in Coburg. Exiting the car, I slowly made my way along the pier towards the lighthouse, standing on the precipice, stoic, of a vast body of water, Lake Ontario, which actually resembles an ocean. A light, gentle breeze caressed me refreshingly as I walked and breathed in the sights, sounds, and awe of nature. My Victorian ball gown swished and swayed with each step alone on the pier. No one else around as far as I could see. I think the sun is affecting my screen. We shall still continue. The peace and tranquility felt like time had stood still. The sun began to descend with its magnificent hues of reds, oranges, gold, and brilliance. I stopped at the last bench on the pier, close to the majestic stoic defender of sailing vessels. It was close to the water's edge, facing west into the sunset. The perfect place to pause, feeling beckoned to place my gown carefully as I sat down. Such a serenely beautiful place to reflect and think while facing into the setting sun as the sound of waves gently rolled by and gulls overhead squawked with their evening snacks. Nature's entrancing allure soon had me feeling blessed and peaceful, and I arose to meander back to my awaiting car on the harbour. To my left and right, the waters of Lake Ontario held a vigil for me. I felt safely protected. About halfway down the pier on the opposite side of me, I noticed two people walking slowly and easily towards me. I noticed the constantly staring mother at me, and between bending her head down towards the tiny girl, I knew she was asking me with her eyes to connect, and so I did. "Would you like to take photos?" I called over to her. She paused, and a huge smile overtook her face. "Would you really do that for us?" she answered in disbelief. "Absolutely I will," and I walked over to them. With the camera in one hand, she held tightly to the tiny girl with her other hand. This tiny, beautiful little girl was beaming her face towards me, as if struck by a fairy's magic wand. She was aglow with an aura of innocence without inhibitions or apprehension, just pure, unbridled joy. She wanted to engage her princess, as she soon came to call me. And here I was, blissfully happy to delight her and make her dreams come true. So I asked her mother if it would be all right to approach the little girl. I would crouch down and my dress would spread afar, enabling us to keep good social distance from each other, and I would be wearing my white gloves. I said that we could just enjoy each other's company, pretending that she wasn't there, allowing her to freely take pictures, whatever photos she wanted to. The mother was ecstatic with joy and kept thanking me profusely. So I asked the little girl what her name was. She wasn't shy at all in brightly announcing with a huge smile that stretched across the harbour, "Mouse!" Oh, what a beautiful name for such a tiny, dainty little girl, who, incidentally, was wearing a red and white headband and red and white sneakers, perfectly aligned with my outfit. Yes, she and I were totally colour coordinated. It was so surreal, it couldn't have been planned any better. I crouched down, reached out my right hand to her, and she came over and gently took it. A feather-like whisper enshrouded us, as if the gods had conspired to create this precious moment in time. "I'm Mandy, and I'm so happy to meet you, Mouse. How old are you?" "I'm 4. Are you a real princess?" she excitedly replied. "Why, yes, I am a real princess. I knew you were," she said, just beaming from ear to ear, not even a glance over her mother clicking away to my left. She was totally at ease with her princess. "Why are you here? Have you come just to see me?" She entered her dream world created with all her magical and imagined desires. "I came especially just to see you, sweetie." I had fallen in love with this tiny angel whose fragile innocence had cast a spell over my soul, and I knew she would remain in my heart forever. I just wanted to scoop her up and hug her. I asked her if she was enjoying her summer and if she was just out for a walk with her mother. "Yes, I wanted to meet a princess, and now I have." And her mother had said that as they were walking up to the pier, Mouse had spotted me and declared, "Look, Mummy, look, it's a princess." And she couldn't believe her eyes, hoping that somehow I would stop and say hello. The magic fairy dust was sprinkled all around us and sparkling with effervescence. At some point I had to leave and stood back up telling Mouse to have a great summer and be a good girl for Mommy and Daddy. The mother thanked me with tears in her eyes. I was taken aback and instantly knew there was more to this encounter than I had realized at the time. I walked away, got back in my car, and found myself mentally in another world that was blissfully happy. Magic had just literally happened, and I was privileged to be a part of it. I got home and thought about Mouse and her mother, often for days. I would see them occasionally over the next few months, and our relationship grew into something quite special and unique and beautiful. That was until I received a message at Christmas time saying that they were leaving town in a hurry by the new year. I was stunned and shocked, lacking understanding. They would let me know when they had arrived safely at their destination, which turned out to be out east, and true to her word, Mouse's mom sent me a brief email. We had to move quickly from Toronto because our home was no longer a safe place to be. Mouse is 4 years old. During this turbulent time, she had lost her grandparents who were no longer safe for her to be in contact with. The playgrounds were closed. Mouse hadn't seen anybody else in months but her parents. Life was feeling uncomfortable for my poor kid. But we decided to make the best of life and went for an evening walk. I wanted to show her that this new town, Coburg, was magical and that there was real beauty and security here, though her life had changed so much. We walked out onto the pier and I took pictures of my small town girl who was still missing the wonder of the city she was born in. And then, as if my heart had willed you into existence, there was a princess in the most lovely dress I had ever seen. Mouse was in awe. I took a photo and you two talked. No, connected. In that moment, life was wonderful, surprising, safe, kind, and gentle again. My child inflated again. Mouse was home. Thank you, Mandy. I have no words for how much you mean to us. I'm welling up. In a world where we lack family, you have quickly become ours. My biggest blessing of the pandemic? A chance moment in time, an act of kindness that brought such great joy and happiness to a tiny, nimble little girl and her mother. In turn, that experience saturated my heart with love and humility for the blessing that I had been able to bring to others. You see, I love who I am. I love what I have to give. I love my life, and I am grateful. The Blessings of COVID. Mouse and the Princess by Mandy Robinson. What blessings are you encountering? What blessings are you reaching out to extend to others, to give them hope and inspiration and love and humility? These are the things that matter, the things in here. And this is why I do what I do, and I know this is why you do what you do. So let's continue to spread the light, shine the hope, be inspiring, be the love, be the kindness, and always ask, in everything you think, say, and do, before you do it, what would love do next? What would love do next? And do that. Blessings upon you. Thank you, Elena and friends. It's been an honor. God bless.
Thank you, Mandy. Thank you, Mandy, for that beautiful message. And I love how she says, what would love do next? What a question. Like, that's something to put on your Post-it note and keep in your back pocket. What would love do next? This Streamathon has been absolutely phenomenal in the messages that are flowing through everyone. God is at work here, and the world needs this circle of hope now more than ever. And I just, sometimes I sit back and watch what we're doing here together, and it just blows me away. Sometimes this has just been a beautiful experience. Now, I do need to wake us up. We are in our final stretch. We literally have 4 speakers left to join us. And I just got a little refresher on my cinnamon vanilla coffee to just sip on it. I'm not going to drink too much because I don't want to be like wired by this afternoon, but we still got a little bit of time to go. So what I'm going to do, guys, is play our song. If you are just waking up and you're thinking like, oh my gosh, I need to wake up a minute. You're too loud in my face right now. Well, deal with it. Like, deal with it, because we need to get up. We need to dance. We've got Jessica Montalvo coming on. We've got Michael Duffy coming on. We've got Aceless Stutz coming on, and we have Allegra Pacheco, and we might have a surprise guest come back for a final message. And then we're there. We're in the home stretch, but we got to dance. We got to dance one more time because we just have to. Because I need to move my legs, and I feel fabulous. Like, I feel fabulous. This has gone so fast, and it's just been a beautiful, beautiful Streamathon. The messages have been phenomenal. I can't even stress that enough. So let's dance for a minute, and then we will come back and talk to Miss Jessica here. Here we go.
There was a night I thought would never end. Silence in the room, louder than my breath. Somewhere in the dark, a spark kept whispering, this isn't where your story stops. Little by little, the light came back, not all at once, just enough for the next step. Come stand in the circle of hope. Let the rhythm move your soul. No more carrying the night alone. If you're searching for a sign tonight, Navidad llegó in July. Different stories, different scars, different prayers under different stars, but the rhythm pulls us together, and suddenly the broken feel strong. One voice becomes two, two voices become a sound, and the sound becomes fire, spreading all around. Come stand in the circle of hope. Feel the heartbeat in the room. Hands in the air like we made it through. If you're searching for a
All right. We had to get our boogie down, get our blood flowing, get the energy moving, and like celebrate these final couple hours in our 5th annual 24-hour Christmas in July global streamathon. And when I say global, I see Jose on here. Good morning, Jose. I want to give a special thank you to Jose because I think it was just Wednesday. I think it was just like Tuesday or Wednesday of this past week. And he connected me with several people from around the world. And I, did my best to message everybody and message everybody. And the overnight hours were absolutely beautiful. We had 3 guests join us from Dubai. We had 1 join us from Ukraine. We had 1 join us from Hungary. Australia. I mean, I had a blast in the overnight hours, actually meeting people for the very first time on camera. So thank you, Jose, for the connections that you made. You introduced me to people, and like we made it happen. We pulled it in, and this has just been beautiful. I have had such a great time in this streamathon that I'm still like cranked. Like I'm still going. I'm sure I'm going to like crash at one point, but not right now. So what we're going to do right now is actually bring our next guest on. And I am like so excited to have her join us because our journey, man, we go back several years, and she was actually the very first wholesale client for Besitos Beauty. So to be able to be the first one to carry Besitos Beauty in her own shop, that was like pretty cool. And there's just so many different things that we've done over the years. And so I'm going to bring Miss Jessica Montalvo up to the camera. Hello, beautiful.
Hello.
Good morning. Good morning. Good morning. You look so, I feel like I look so.
I had to get up and be pinup-y.
Oh, I love
I
it.
got my coffee.
Yep, you
Elvis
got your
is here.
coffee. Oh, I see it. I love it. I love me some Elvis.
Yeah.
So tell everyone, where are you tuning in from?
I'm in Fort Wayne, Indiana, just like Elena.
Right around the corner. Yeah. So, okay, Circle of Hope. Christmas in July. You've been here before. I'm going to ask you the question that I've asked almost everyone, if I have remembered. What does hope mean to you?
Yeah. Hope is to keep going. Keep going, no matter what. It's so important to just keep going. Your circumstances, whatever they may be, they're temporary. And to always remember that as you go through the journey of life, you remember that there's so many beautiful moments within those, steps that you take to the next chapter. Mm-hmm. So just remember that, to keep going, and it'll get a little bit easier as you continue to remember that message.
And that's beautiful. And earlier someone had said, when they were speaking to, some really dark subject matter, how you said it's temporary. And earlier in the streamathon, somebody shared, don't go towards a permanent solution for a temporary problem when it comes to keeping that hope. So, so hope and faith, okay, they're so intertwined. And I know that you've talked openly about your faith growing stronger and stronger on this journey that you're on. Has that journey of faith, has that given you more hope in your own life?
Oh, yes, definitely. It's there's so many parts along the journey, even since I was, just a young little girl, where there's glimmers of hope that that, okay, I'm experiencing this, circumstance, or I'm uncomfortable, and but it doesn't stay permanent. It's not there forever. So I've always been an optimistic person too. It's one of those things like, excuse me. it's just necessary to stay optimistic and be hopeful that, things will get better as you go.
Mm-hmm. And so, what is one thing? And I know it's going to be hard to pick like one thing, but just one thing that you can look back and know that you've learned that may encourage someone else today. I know that you lead and you guide, college students and everything. So if you had to like take a nugget of information that you've learned along your journey to encourage someone watching today, like what comes to mind?
Oh my gosh. The very first thing that comes to mind is to take care of yourself. Take care of yourself. It's so important. And there's so many examples that I can tap into from my own life that there were, chapters where I was not taking care of myself. And it's in every aspect of your life. It's very holistic. It can be your mental health, your physical health, your self-image, and how you feel about yourself. The segment before where, it was said, what would love do next? Yes, that is so important. What would love do next?
Yeah.
Because, starting out when I was a little girl, it was just, especially for all of us, we're all figuring out who we are as people. And there's so many roadblocks during that, discovery, that self-discovery, that if we dwell on it, we can take that to some dark places. So like, for example, for me, body image was so big in my family. Appearances were so big in my family as well. So that led me to kind of start hating my body, hating how I looked, and just grow up with so much self-loathing for so many different reasons. Now, it wasn't until later in life that I understood, what, abuse was and things like that. But that was me then, thinking that I could be lovable if I was a certain way. So there came anorexia, there came bulimia, there came a little bout of alcoholism. And because, you are trying to find your drug of choice to escape. And that escapism is only temporary. You wake up the next day and you feel like crap, or you're going through the motions of being hungry or, purging and realizing that, oh, this isn't good for my body. And so just realizing that, the journey, it's hard. I mean, we've all had hard episodes, chapters in our lives, but trying to take, pieces of the beauty parts, to kind of, learn how to love yourself.
And you bring up like the core of it all, of loving yourself. When did you start identifying that body image was a true root of a lot of issues that you were carrying? Like, was it in your adult years, your teenage years? Like, when did you start recognizing, wow, this is something that's probably not healthy?
Yeah.
But yeah, I mean, do you remember like when you actually like started recognizing it?
Yes. So I was a little girl, like I was a really young person when my mother would emphasize how important it was to be skinny. So she would have us, as we were growing up, she would have us on fad diets, and she would constantly, regularly tell me and my twin that we're fat. So that information, as I was growing up, was, an integral part of the reasons why I, just began that body image, body loathing.
Yeah.
So as things progressed, I'd be like, okay, what can I do to fix myself and make me look good? Well, there was different things. So like the anorexia, I was like, okay, well, I don't have enough energy for this. So this isn't good for me. Let me find something else that could possibly make me lovable. bulimia. I was like, well, I'm not enjoying this very much. So that was the mindset, which is so crazy. It's
Wow.
crazy.
So you're
then
just trying to grasp like
Yeah.
all of these different
different
things.
methods.
to-
Yeah.
Yeah. Wow.
Yeah. And, thinking they were quick fixes,
Mhm. Mhm.
because that's essentially what they were. Like, how can I get my mom to stop telling me that I'm fat? You know what I mean?
Mhm.
So it's like, that progression, exploring all kinds of different things,
Mhm.
and then getting into relationships that were just so bad for me, and emotionally, physically. So it was later on where I, developed that awareness. And I feel like we all have to go through that journey in order to be aware of our habits.
Mhm.
In order to be aware of our habits, we have to go through this journey and then be at the point where we realize that, this isn't cool. This isn't working for me.
Yeah.
So I think it's through very slow progress on my own self-awareness, that it allowed me to kind of step outside and be the observer of my life.
Wow.
And then, but this is, recently, I've been a mom for 6 years,
Mhm.
and that has woken up everything, every single trauma that I've experienced. So I would say in 2020, because I was pregnant during 2019, in 2020, that was the beginning of my journey to crazy self-awareness, and then taking accountability for that, and owning up to, okay, wow, I have all this trauma that I had no idea that was there.
Mhm.
And I want to learn everything. So I immersed myself into learning about mental illness, mental health awareness, and like self-preservation.
Mhm.
And the biggest common denominator was boundaries. I never grew up with boundaries.
Yeah.
And I was not assertive. I was so naive
Mhm.
to so many things that it just it was like a level of awareness that I never had before. And finally, now I feel like I'm in a good place.
Wow. Wow. Gosh, I got so many questions just from listening from that. Number one, you mentioned your twin. When you guys were younger, is this something did you guys ever talk about it, or did you just take it in the way that you did, and it could have been completely different on her end, or like?
Exactly. That's
Mhm.
it, exactly. Our family never talked about anything. If anything, they tried to keep everything secret. So we did not have that experience with communication and open communication. And now, at times it's difficult to have those hard conversations. That's why I'm very adamant about making sure that my daughter and I have open communication. So, but yeah, my twin and I, we've had completely different life experiences. However, it both translates, in my opinion, it both translates to that trauma and how we processed that trauma. And, so we both, are works in progress, I believe.
Yeah. And I find it fascinating because it just shows you, people say like same environment, different experience and all of this, but literally, like if you're looking at, same age, same, born at the same time, like that sort, and it still turns out different. I mean, that's just amazing. When you say that a lot of this surfaced when you became a mom, and then you knew you had to unpack and deal with all of this, was there ever a moment that you just felt so, I want to say, resentful? Like, why am I having to do all of this work when it came from all of that should have protected me, been there for me? Like, kind of explain that, what that felt like, because the whole purpose of our Streamathon is a subject matter for somebody. Somebody needs to hear what you have to say. So was there like anger, resentment for this whole journey that you had to choose to go on because you refused to pass that down to your daughter now?
Yeah, that's so funny. It's so funny how it all works. I never held any resentment. I was hurt,
Mhm.
Disappointed. I know it, of course, I had my bouts of feeling the symptoms of depression.
Yeah.
But I'm sure at a certain point there was that victim mentality, but then at the same time, I was looking at my examples and I told myself, I refuse to be a victim.
Mhm.
So it's so funny. You go through all these emotions, but I didn't stay there. Like I knew, because I'm a single mom too.
Mhm.
So I couldn't stay there
Yeah.
in those, episodes of how I was feeling. Yeah, I've definitely felt anger.
Mhm.
But it's different. It's just different because you have to keep going.
Mhm.
You can't keep that with you if you want to get to where you're supposed to be.
Yeah.
And because if you stay there, everything around you is going to be affected.
Mhm.
And I told myself early on, it's like, okay, I made decisions and I'm going to own up to those decisions that I made. And I'm a mom now.
Mhm.
So, and I do not want her to feel the same way that I felt my entire life.
Yeah.
I'm sure there's aspects that she's probably going to need to deal with too later on because,
Mhm.
I'm me.
Yeah.
And I've had to deal with my trauma and as alongside motherhood. And, but, that's all a learning process and where communication comes in. Because, it's so amazing how, you can really dwell on the past. You can dwell on the on the mistakes. And for me, at this point in my life, because I have seen the worst in people, I've experienced the worst in people. I've there's so many things that have contributed to the gratitude that I'm living in now,
Mhm.
that I just see it all as a huge opportunity for reflection and self-development. So, and I'm grateful. I'm
Mhm.
grateful for all those experiences because it has taught me what I need to know to move forward in my life, like boundaries and being assertive
Mhm.
and saying no. Yeah.
What? We can say no. I'm right there with you on the boundaries piece too.
Mhm.
Like
Mhm.
I think I just learned boundaries just several years ago. So it's
Yes.
like so
Same.
amazing.
Yeah.
When you talk about body shaming,
Mhm.
okay, because that has not popped up through this whole streamathon. So
Ah,
so I think it's so important because I know that that's a big it's a purpose of yours to
yes.
talk about this. It's in your work and just your show. Just
Yeah.
talk a little bit about that, just in general,
Mhm.
because are there ways that people could actually be carrying body shame and not quite realize that's what it is? And
Mm.
how do you recognize that that's what you're feeling?
Yeah. Well, I mean, quite honestly, I didn't know. I mean, it has taken me a long time to really sift through all of the emotions too,
Mhm.
because, we're thinking that we're, we have, we're a deficit, that we have a deficit. And that's where faith and my belief in God comes from. It's like, we're made in his image and we're supposed to love ourselves, because he loves us and he's, sacrificed himself for us.
Mhm.
So I think as I have progressed through life and understood life through the lens of my faith,
Mhm.
and everybody's faith is different. Not everyone is going to identify with something,
Mhm.
and that's okay. It's just make sure. My thing is like I accept, what your belief is, but making sure that you're the healthiest. Of yourself. So I think with the way that I've, kind of just gone through life and had my experiences, it has really taught me that, you know, I need to love every part of myself. And I think what really led me to loving my body was, you know, becoming a mom. And the reason for that is because with all of the experiences that I've gone through, one of those experiences was I lost my ability to walk. So I couldn't walk, and I had to relearn how to walk too. I had to have back surgery. And and I truly believe it's because of my lack of faith and not being connected to God in the way that I am now, because my body was like beating itself up, excuse me, from the inside out. And it's so funny, like I will get these words out.
Right.
Yeah, you know what, that happens all the time. It's so funny. But I loathed myself so much, and I had so much self-loathe, but not because of myself. It's because of my environment, circumstances, and what was being fed to me, what I was believing. Excuse me. And so my body was shutting down on itself. And I was my spine was losing like the elasticity, like because you have, you know, fluid and everything like that in between your vertebra and all that. So it was impacting. It was making such an impact that I couldn't walk. So I had to have back surgery. I had to relearn how to walk and everything. And from there, I had always had issues with my back because they took out part of my back. And because they had to scrape off some of my vertebra. So when I, you know, later on, when I got pregnant, they were saying, you know, like, you have to be careful. You could become paralyzed because of the amount of pressure that you're going to have on your back. It was a miracle. Like she cured me. She cured me in every sense of the term. Like my daughter is the most amazing, immaculate gift from God that has ever happened for me in my life. And so, and even our relationship is just the most beautiful thing in the world. She has helped me to come back to myself.
Oh my gosh, that's beautiful. Your baby girl has brought you back to yourself. What a blessing. And she's a doll baby, you know. She's absolutely amazing. So then let's talk about that for a minute, as far as giving that person hope today. Maybe they're in that place of just realizing, like, I got a lot of shit to unpack and I don't even know like where to start. How did you start? Like, I know that you say it's when you got pregnant and you became a mom, but what did you do? Did you like take counseling? Did you read books? Did you just pray? Like, what did that journey look like to simply begin this healing process? Because somebody might be sitting here paralyzed, feeling like, I don't know what to do first, you know?
Yeah, this is the perfect segue. So I would say back in 2011, 2012, that was when I started wanting to learn more about myself and what it meant to be a woman for myself. And I had one of my best friends, she was like, hey, here's this website, you know, there's these dresses that I think they would look really good on you. And I'm like, wow. So that was what led me into the world of pinup. So I became completely obsessed with pinup, and it kind of brought me back full circle, because as a young girl, I would watch Turner Classic Movies, and I would watch, you know, those old black and white movies with Fred Astaire, Ginger Rogers, and I would see all these beautiful dresses that the women would wear, the aesthetic. I had always loved that up until that time. It wasn't anything that I explored in depth, but it perked my interest. So then from 2012, I was like learner mode. I wanted to know everything about pinup and the aesthetic, the beautiful clothing and vintage everything. So
You're like
immersed
vintage
myself
everything.
yes, I immersed myself into going to like antique shops, vintage stores. I mean, you name it. I have probably a huge set of vintage gloves. And so that kind of perked my interest. And then, so my advice is to pick that one thing. All of us have that one thing that we are passionate about. We have that one thing that perks our interest and we want to know about and we want to tell other people about. And so for me, it was back in 2012, I started my business, Flairwear, and I was looking for accessories to go with my pretty dresses. And I couldn't find any that I liked. So I just started teaching myself. And that's why I love creating. I didn't have the guts until I became a mom to become, to have a business. But there was always that interest throughout that whole journey where I would make things. I would make necklaces and earrings and hair flowers and all kinds of different things. But it wasn't until, my daughter arrived that I had the guts to go full blown business. That way I could spend more time with her. There was like a 2-year gap in between me from being in higher ed because my background is in education. And I was like, okay, I need to take a break. I needed to be with her. So I became a business. Everything is kind of like it's history now. Like it's amazing. Like everything happened. The crazy parts of my life happened within those 2 years, but the best things of the journey happened within those 2 years.
Wow.
So you can hold on to that piece of hope while you're going through the tornado. And, and then come out on the other side with a business.
I love it. Now you're talking my language.
Yes.
And that's a little fun fact too. I started my fitness studio because I could take my son and with me, he could be watched for the hour that I taught class. And that was it. And then before you know it, I'm like, oh my gosh, I need to own my own building and get associates. But for 14 years, that's literally why I started that business, because I was able to just take my kids with me and then just make my own schedule. So I get it. I get it. It's amazing at what you will do when your kids are in the mix, right?
Exactly.
So let's talk about, giving hope, but for you from that business perspective, because in this past year, like I've seen that growth in you and you've launched a show and you're just very passionate about your message around the whole body shaming and what you're bringing on self-love and all of that. So kind of just explain what that journey has been like this past year for you.
Yeah. Excuse me. So, and that's been my whole life. I've always moved with intention, even though I didn't know what the heck I was doing, even though there was so much confusion around so many things. I've always moved, through life with intention, some kind of intention. And that, you'll see that with, my past projects, with, the different producing projects that I've done in kind of exploring the world, like the world through the lens of, hope, but also what is this really deep, heavy, experience that I've gone through that can be translated into something that ultimately ends in hope, some kind of aspect of hope. So, and then I've always known that I need to, kind of tell my story. I think storytelling is so important, as well as representation. And representation in so many different aspects. Representation, you know, culturally, but also a representation in knowing that all of us as humans, we have a connection to each other. So how can we make that connection even greater? And that, I think that's ultimately what I've always been looking for, is family. And, you know, maybe the family dynamic that I grew up in wasn't exactly healthy, but I can, you know, choose my family and choose the projects that I wish to be able to express that. And that's why, you know, I have like several people that I love so much now, because of the projects that I've immersed myself in, that have created this bond, you know, that's unbreakable, you know, because we're all, you know, on a similar path to, in my opinion, healing. And so, and how to express that. So I wanted to have a show that kind of delved into all of that. I felt like I'm always on the back end. Like I'm always, because I was afraid, like I was too afraid to be in the front, you know, to be like with my face, my mug, it's right there, you know? I was just too afraid. And then, so this past year has really been scary for a different reason. You know, you know that you're called to put yourself out there, and to put yourself out there in a whole different way, in a whole nother level that you may not be ready for, but you got to do it anyway, because you know it. You know it because it's a calling.
Yes. And you bring up a great point, because I don't think you know, if you wait to be ready, you don't even know what you're supposed to be ready for if you've not even started, you know, doing the dang thing.
Right.
And so, you know, I love that you did step into it, and that you are just moving forward, because that's when you know, okay, this is probably what I should have been ready for, but you won't know until you take that step. And so it has been really awesome to see you put the pieces together.
Oh my gosh, yeah. Because it is a puzzle.
Yes, absolutely. So one of the questions that I have had that didn't come out for everyone, but it's like surfacing for you right now. So what is the one big dream? Like, what is next that is pulling you as the big dream that you just feel out there? Is there something?
Yes. You know, flairware will always be in my DNA. I love it so much. But I think the bigger thing is showing people that you can overcome anything as long as you're holding on to that piece of yourself that knows it's supposed to be out in the world. So I think I want to continue like spreading messages like that, and to, you know, tell people that it's okay to be yourself. And I've grown into that so much. It's because, like, at my core, I'm a goofball, and I love laughing. I love making people laugh. And, you know, I feel like I've been able to do that through this whole journey, especially with getting myself out there and just, you know, being comfortable, being uncomfortable, and just going for it. But the messages are going to be the same. It's going to be, you know, it's going to look different, but the message is going to be yourself. It's okay. Don't be afraid. Don't be afraid to be yourself.
And when you really step back and think about it, God created you. Like, God created you. So he only creates in perfection and abundance. Like, those are the two ways God creates: perfection and abundance. And he created you. He created me. Like, we need to step into that space of owning what he made, right? and
Yes.
and we would tell anyone else the same thing, or but yet when it comes to ourselves, somehow we feel like we're exempt, or that that he didn't really put that over us. Well, yes, he
Right.
did. Yes, he
Right.
did. Absolutely. Mhm.
Yeah. And we are worthy.
Yes.
We are worthy of love. We are worthy of, being who we are, and, using the tools that God gave us to be able to express that, and helping others to remember who they are.
Mm-hmm. Oh, there's my line. You know it.
Yes.
One of the things I came across, it's only been a couple weeks ago, but I don't know where I was scrolling, one of the platforms I was scrolling, but the message that she was sharing and was, when you're getting ready to step into what God has next for you, opinions will come. People will have something to say. But when you stop and think about it, someone's opinion has absolutely no impact on what you choose to do in like your four walls of your world. They can have an opinion over there. They can have an opinion over there. But when you really stop and think about it, that simple opinion literally does not affect what you choose to do in your four walls, of course, unless you allow it. But when you really think, there is no power over someone's opinion.
Right.
So why do we hold ourselves back of worrying what people will think?
Yeah. And I've done that my whole life. And I'm like, you know what? Not anymore.
And I believe it. I believe you when you say that. So talk just a little bit about Flairwear. What's happening in Flairwear. If people don't know about Flairwear, like fill them in a little and let them know where they can find you and all of that stuff.
Sure. Yeah. So I'm on pretty much all of the platforms. I'm on TikTok. I'm on YouTube. I love having fun. So I've been having a lot of fun with it lately. Instagram, Facebook. Instagram is my largest following. I'm really excited about all the things that, collaborations and everything. I am on, I have a website, www.flairwearboutique.com. So I started it back in 2012.
Okay.
And I just started putting things together. Things that I felt would work, and just trial and error and everything. And so I started making hair flowers. I have all kinds of different ones. Like I love them.
Oh, adorable.
Yeah. Oh,
there it goes.
Yeah. There we go.
Oh, there it goes. Yeah.
There.
Beautiful. Yeah. Like you make those. Wow.
Yeah. So I make hair flowers. I mean, that's pretty much my specialty, but I make all kinds of things. I made my flower earrings, and these are like tedious to make. Like I have to cut out circle, fabric, small little fabric circles, and then put them together. Yeah, so I created it. I created the business on a whim back in 2012. So that's where my logo says, since 2012. But again, I didn't have the guts to become a true business LLC until like about 4 years ago. And it's just been an amazing ride ever since. Yeah. But for me, my slogan is where beauty unfolds one flare at a time. And that's truly what it is. It's a community of women that have come together to, express themselves.
Yeah.
And I embraced pinup just because of the aesthetic. I just love the beautiful clothing.
Yeah.
So, and then the colors and everything, like I'm wearing gingham right now. It's like, I just love, just the style. Yeah. And I've embraced that. But at the end of the day, it's really, different types of accessories that women can wear to accentuate their personal style.
There you go. And I want to add that you made some flowers for me, and I actually put them on my shoes and I put them on my belt because my hair was so super short, but I put the flowers like other places and they were just gorgeous. So thank you for that. But oh my gosh, this time has gone so fast.
It flew.
It did. It totally flew. But thank you so much for joining us this morning, kicking our morning off with just this empowerment message. It truly is of of letting that body shame, first facing it and then
Yeah.
choosing to work through it and come out the other side. So I'm so excited to see what you do next. I really, really am. So thank you so much for being here this morning. Love you, girl.
Love you. Bye.
Oh, that's so exciting. That's so exciting. And guys, we are ready to rock and roll. Kathy says, love the flowers you create. All right, guys, my next guest, we're switching gears. We are bringing Mr. Michael Duffy on camera. Hello, good morning. Can you hear me?
Can you hear me?
Yes. Can you
Okay,
not hear
because
me?
I can't hear you. So this
Okay,
is
let me
interesting.
try. Let
Oh,
me.
you're being so funny.
Can you hear me now?
Yeah, I can hear you now.
Okay.
It's like, hi, to my end or your end? It's always fun
Yeah.
when you do calls like
Yep.
this, right? So
Yep. So good morning. Tell everybody where you're joining us from
I
today.
just landed in Dallas at like 4 a.m.
Oh,
Sorry.
wow.
I
What
know
a-
I was just in New York with our mutual friend David Chemetsky.
Okay. Okay.
Yeah.
He opened us up yesterday. So
I know, because I was at his place. Teaching YouTube University Saturday morning, 9 a.m. Eastern, and he was on with us, and he jumped on with you, and then he drove me to the Hamptons. So that
Oh
was
my goodness.
how fun yesterday was. I think it's been a while since I chatted with you, right? So
Yes. And you were on the Streamathon last year.
yeah,
And
from New
so-
Jersey, because we travel. As I told you, my wife and I have been full-time RV digital nomads, helping business owners build their YouTube channels for like the last 2 years.
That's and YouTube, man, like just that's important work that you are doing
Well,
right
that's
there.
that's a fun party we took David to yesterday. Was the influencer party in the Hamptons, right? YouTube sends my wife and I on continuing education events all the time, and that actually what brought us to Dallas. We had a Dallas event, and then they're like, "Hey, do you want to go to New York?" And I'm like, "I'm not saying no to New York." But I'm not going to drive there. I'll fly there because I know I've got a friend in Long Island and he'll chauffeur me around, right? So
There you go. There you go. So our Streamathon, we are here to spread messages of hope, inspiration, keep going, do the thing. What does hope mean to you?
well, I've been a business owner. I know the last person I was watching, right?
Mhm.
And she said she finally got the guts like 3 years ago to do the LLC. I've been self-employed, helping business owners for 21 years. It first started out generally with just IT tech support, and that's what it's really morphed into YouTube and content production, but not just YouTube. It's now visibility production, get your content out and get found, right? So what I find is most business owners who are getting started or they've been doing it a long time, like not everybody has hope. They get started, they got that great idea, they've got supportive family, friends, but we all know business is not easy. It's a battlefield. There's a lot of emotions, not everybody, there's a lot of emotions involved, and there's a lot of walls you'll hit. And of course, if you've been in business for more than 3 years, the 5th year and the 10th year, every single year is really tough because you think you have it all together. And then you hit that next level and you're like, am I ready for this next level? Because you don't know it's the next level. When God presents it to you, you don't know it's the next level.
Nope.
Right.
And
as long as you have hope and you've got the guts and the determination, and one person, all it takes is really one person in your corner to say, you got this, keep on going. That's what I enjoy doing for other business owners, right? Because there's maybe something tech related, or their website, or their email, or maybe I look at a lot of YouTube channels, I look at a lot of content, and I'm like, you were doing great, and then it seems like you kind of disappeared or stopped. Was it family? Was it health? Was it faith? So I give everybody, I'm like, my phone, I'm available 24/7. My phone number's on my business card. It's on my website. It's on my YouTube. Reach out if you just need that push, that message of hope, that next customer. Like usually you just need something to help you get get to that next level. Keep on moving.
Yeah.
Keep moving on when you get that. I know I've been there. I reach out to people. I'm like, hey, this just ain't working. Is it me? Is it the messaging? Is it the offer? Is it the pricing? I've had so many mutual friends. We share so many similar communities, Elena, and people are like, come to this city, come visit me. Let me introduce you to my network, because I know there's people. I don't know how to introduce you, but I know that there's people in my network that could really they need your help. So come to my networking event, come to my barbecue. I'm going to introduce you to some people. I know you know YouTube. I know you do video production and podcast production. You've been through it. Come meet my family, come meet my people, and I know there's somebody you can help. So come hang out with us. It's fun getting invites all over the
It's fun.
your beautiful country, because it's beautiful to travel. And I'm like, I haven't been to every state yet, but we're getting close, right?
Have you been to Indiana?
Oh, one of my most favorite places to park is Hammond, Indiana, because when I first got started with YouTube, when I first got started with podcast production, one of our members is there in Hammond. So I parked my RV at his place, like Florida, like New Jersey, New York. I haven't been to state of Washington yet. I haven't been to Oregon yet. There's a couple places on the West Coast I haven't been to, but
well, there you go. So when you say you started in IT, did you work IT for a corporation, or have you always just done your own thing?
Well, it's funny because it's always a chat when you're in university. It's always that challenge to find that job. So I lucked out. I worked for hospital healthcare, right? That's where I got started with IT, and that was challenging because you're dealing with doctors and nurses and thousands of employees, and you're just the guy at the help desk. So you're so positive, and it's like, you know what, technology is not the challenging part, the communication human to human, because I don't know your life. I don't know your frustration. You're calling me because you have a frustration, but it may not actually be tech related. It may just be like you're on that end of that 12-hour shift, right? Like there's always time. There's a lot of tech stuff's easy to fix. It's just you need that second or third set of eyes to say, hey, you're so close.
Yeah.
Or you just clicking on something wrong, or there's just one minor little thing, and I know you're frustrated and you're exhausted, and I'm here at the end of the phone giving you hope. Just like, you're clicking on it wrong. You got too many things open. Have you really rebooted? Like, why is my YouTube channel not working? I'm like, you're so close to your 1,000 subscribers. You're so close to your 4,000 watch hours, but I'm just going to give you a mindset, I'm just going to give you a mindset change and say, hey, look at it from this perspective. You're close, but you need somebody who's been there before to get you over the next hurdle, jump over that next mountain, get over the next pothole, and just take a deep breath. I love doing breath work. My wife's a yoga instructor. She's like, you got to do some breath work. I'm like, I'm always doing breath work, but I got to remind the person on the other side of that phone to do that breath work, right? So
right. So they can call
hold
down
space.
Yeah.
I know it's been a rough day. I'm like, I think you just have to walk away for 2 minutes, come back, click on this. Oh, Mike, it's working. I've already tried that. I'm like, I know you already tried it, but I'm here
try
to help
it again. You're like, but try it again.
I'm like the most paid. People are like, you got so much patience. I'm like, yeah, I know. It's a gift. I was born with so much patience. So that's what I'm here to share with people. The gift of patience, hope. I know you can do it. I know you can. You've been live streaming for a couple hours. So how are you doing?
Yeah, I'm coming into the final stretch. I don't even know, what are we going on, 9 o'clock? So I'm almost on 23 hours right now. I'm
Yeah.
on 22. Yep. So we're almost to the 24 mark.
You're
So I'm
doing, you're
doing all
doing
right.
great. I was listening yesterday. I got up a little bit of. I was, I've been watching. I know when David. I've been watching. I'm like, you're doing great. Just keep going.
Thank you. This one has been amazing. This is our 5th year, but I mean, I had some incredible guests in the overnight hours. From Dubai.
Well, we have so many mutual friends. I'm like, oh, there's
Yes.
Tish, there's Mr. Vrablic,
Yes.
Jose, like everybody. And I was like, oh, I may have not chatted with somebody in the last month or 2 or 3 or 4, right? So I'm like, oh, that's great. That's great doing this right in the middle of the year, right? So
It's gone so fast, and it's just I really get so much out of the messages that everybody is here to share and stuff. So for you, with all the work that you're doing around YouTube, and just really everything that you do to help your clients, what's a big dream that you have for yourself that is in your near future? Like, do you have a dream? Do you have a goal, or what's next for you?
well, that's a great challenging question to ask. So, my goal is just to, like, we've been spending so much time in America. We're Canadian by passport, but when I really realized I had to unlock myself from my city and then literally travel around. Here's my situation, right? So I could be traveling without my family. I could be flying into cities, doing the hotel thing. I did that. I didn't like. I'm like, if I'm building this business, this empire, this YouTube YouTube University, you can find us at IamYouTubeFamous.com. If I'm building this, I'm gonna take my family with me because, well, they're also on YouTube, so I got to promote them as well as myself. And it's great having my wife help build the business with me, because I think this is more. You know what? The goal is just to be invited to more cities in your beautiful country and just meet people. No, I have not. Everybody in the CLA or Unleash You and all these other groups I'm involved in. I've not actually visited everybody at their home city, right? So I think that's the goal, is really to anyone out there who already has YouTube. I've helped Mr. Chemetsky, I've helped Tish, I've helped Vrablic, I've helped a ton of people in these groups with their YouTube. But if you've are on YouTube, you're not sure where to get started, reach out to me, because I would love to come and see you in your city. As I said, I've been all over the country, but I've not been to every single city. I've not sat down and had coffee or lunch or breakfast or whatever with all of our mutual friends, and just to see where I know people don't like to ask for help. This is the one thing in technology I found. People don't really like to ask. They may tell their friend they need help, but they don't actually reach out and ask for help. And I know there's a lot of people stuck. I know there's a lot of people who need hope, because once I have a chat with them, I'm like, they're like, well, it's not YouTube, Mike. It's like really like this website thing, or things don't really work. And I've just kind of been limping along. I'm like, just let me, just let me look at it and let me give you the next step to get past it. Because, I was just visiting with David Chemetsky, and he's giving me these ideas, and I'm like, hey, I know my business 24/7 tech support may not reach out to you and say, hey, I'm going to fix your website. I'm going to fix your email. I'm going to fix that thing that's been bugging you in your business for 5 years, and you haven't found a tech person to help you because you don't realize it's a tech issue. It is a tech issue. There's this tool you have invested in your business that you haven't implemented, and you're just holding on to that monthly subscription, waiting for God to give you an introduction to somebody. And it's me. I'm here saying, just talk, because if it's not even me, I've got a team. I have a team of technology experts all across the globe, because I can't know everything, right? I can't know everything. But I could advertise I know everything and hook you up with that person that you need.
There you go. That's the way to do it. That is the way to do it. Oh gosh, you had just said something and I lost it. let me see. What did you say right before that? Oh, I know it was about
I'd like
the
to remind
YouTube.
myself that I'm literally on 3 hours of sleep, but I'm like, I was gonna do this last night, but it's like I'm gonna be with Chemetsky, so I
Yeah.
want to make sure I appreciate his time and give him space, and for him to ask me all these questions.
Oh,
So I'm like, I'll
I
do
know,
it first.
I know what it was. I know what it was. Do you think when people don't ask the questions for like the tech, do you think it's because they just don't even know
Well,
what to
sometimes
ask?
they don't know, and
Mhm.
sometimes they're too. They've asked a lot of people, and they've been given a lot of bad advice,
Yeah.
and
Mhm.
sometimes they just don't know because unless I live in your city and I'm your friend of your friend of your friend, we don't have that 6 degrees of
Yeah.
Kevin Bacon going on. Even though we do have it going on, if we're not like, I haven't met everybody, right? Like people, I have a lot of new people reaching out. They're like, Mike, I see you all the time. I'm like, well, we've got 4 different shows that we live stream. So I'm here. But of course, if I've not met you in person or I haven't seen you in a year or 2 or 3, and you already have people who help you with your business growth, then I'm not going to be top of mind. But that's why when Elena does Christmas in July, I'm going to say, yeah, I'm going to show up because
Yeah. Yeah.
I know I've been DMing you a little bit about your stuff, and we haven't really
Mhm.
connected, right? But this is the
Yeah.
reminder to everybody who's watching this that easy to find me, and I stream 4 times. You can't miss me. I'm streaming to YouTube. I'm streaming to Facebook. I'm streaming to LinkedIn. My wife and I, we love comments when we're streaming on our shows because
Mhm.
then we know that people always got questions, and somebody's like,
Yeah.
I've been holding on to this for 5 years and nobody's been able to answer. And I'm like, I'll get you an answer. Not
Yeah.
a problem. I got other guys, I got other ladies on my team. I don't know everything. I'm like, hey, who can help me with this? And I'll have,
Yeah.
Mr. Gillette in Dallas, or I'll have one of
Mhm.
my techs in Toronto, Ontario reach out to me, or
Mhm.
New Jersey. I've got my business partner's in New Jersey. He's in Tinton Falls, New Jersey. So I always have somebody to help you in each corner of North America.
Nice.
Right.
And so you said it's I am YouTube famous.
Yeah, my hats don'tgethacked.com, but we've really pushed that. We've been I had Mr. Michael Faber tell me, he's like, focus on this YouTube thing because everybody needs help with YouTube and content and getting it everywhere. And I built this framework where you take one piece of video and you can put it to all the social media networks same time. Same amount of effort you're already doing it. We like to streamline your content because we want to help you build your visibility everywhere.
Yeah.
I am YouTubeFamous.com. Simple,
Nice.
easy. Simple,
Nice.
easy. I got a lot of referrals. I was great because I saw Tish on there hours ago, and I was so happy with her because we helped her stream her stuff to YouTube. And she's like, Mike, I'm ready for this, but she's like, I need.
Oh, did we freeze up? I think we froze up. Can you hear me? Let's see. Is anybody watching? Can you still hear me? Did I freeze or did Michael freeze? When somebody sees this, let me know. I think we got you frozen, Michael. Or am I frozen? I don't know who we got there. Let's see. Can somebody, let's see. The flowers you create. Can you guys hear me? Is anybody there? Michael, I think we froze. Let's see here. Let me try this and let me try to this. Did we get you? Okay, so it looks like he disconnected. We'll give it a minute and see if he comes back on or if that was just like the end of it. Let's see what happens. I had wondered if it was me or him or what. So we will see. I will give it just a couple minutes and see if he hops back on. In the meantime, we are 10 minutes into 9 a.m., which means the final hour Oh, Mike's can freeze. Okay, I hear you. Okay, so Michael must have just needed to hop off. He probably froze. So we are into, oh my gosh, 10 minutes into final hour countdown. Like, that is absolutely amazing. So what I'm going to do right now, you guys, is I'm going to take a moment while we are waiting to thank all of the sponsors who have been a part of making this such an amazing experience. Let me see. Where are we at? Okay. So while we are here, if you are there, I want to say thank you to our sponsors, because Christmas in July became like just from a simple idea, even though it's a crazy idea for me to say, like, yeah, I'm going to like put in pretty much almost like 2 days of no sleep, because the day before you would be so amazed at like how much has to get done to make this happen. So I'm already coming in on 24 hours with like zero sleep. But I want to say real quick. Oh, okay. Nope. We will get Mike on here one more time, and then I will come in and say thank you to the sponsors. So here we go. I want to give you your time.
You can hear me?
Yes.
Okay. Well, that was weird. I was like, yeah, I love when your phone just decides to say, I'm not doing this anymore. So
yeah, it's probably like, dude, we've only had 3 hours.
Well, it's hot in Dallas, and my phone's plugged in. It just went psh. I was like, that's embarrassing, but I come back. If I disappear, I always show back up and say,
well, there you go.
So
well, there you go. So let's give a good final message to the viewers. What's something that you want to share? And then we all need to contact you for our YouTubes, but what's the message that you want to share from your heart to our viewers today?
Don't lose hope. There's always, you're going to hear this multiple times a year, because, it's not just at Christmas time or Christmas in July, but I know people lose hope. They get frustrated. They're like, I'm ready to quit. Don't.
Yep.
You're super close to whatever goal you're trying to achieve.
Yep.
But we all need that, person in our back pocket to say, keep on going. You're amazing. You look wonderful. You're beautiful. Not everybody in your life is going to always be 100% supportive, but Elena's there for you. I'm there for you. Just keep on going, and we believe in you.
That's a great message, and that's what people just need to hear. We believe in you.
I hear it all the time. People, when people come for tech support, usually it's not tech support. It's that psychologist. It's that shoulder to cry on. They're like, I can't believe I can't find the right person. I'm like, well, see, you had to go through so many bad people to find the person who's going to give you a no BS answer.
Yeah, and Mike's going like this.
Yeah, exactly, right? But this is why there's community, and this is why there's a lot of negative people out there, but there's plenty of positive people like me who are just like, you know what? And as what I said, I'm like, year 1's hard, year 5's hard, year 10's hard. I know, I'm 21 years into self-employment, and you know what you do for people, what services you offer to people, likely going to change, right? They're going to change. Your products are going to change. Your those 5 close friends that you have, they're going to change, right? You're going to outgrow your people. And you just have to keep looking for the ones who are ready to accept you in your next stage of life.
That's beautiful. And to not lose hope along the journey.
Why do you think I'm on the road? I'm looking for my people. I meet a lot of great people, but some, it's like, okay, this is great for this period of time. I helped you with this, and it's time to move on and help the next person become.
Yeah. What do they say? A reason,
fame,
a season, or a lifetime.
Exactly.
It's a reason, a season, or a lifetime.
Exactly.
So. Well, thank you so much. Tell people again where they can reach out to you.
Year, because
I know this is year number 5.
I got to be on that list. So
yes. But tell people where they can reach you one more time.
I am YouTubeFamous.com. My name's easy. I got a nice, easy to remember Irish name, Mike Duffy. I'm everywhere, and I'm probably already on your Facebook friends list, and you forgot about me, right? So.
Love you, Mike. Enjoy.
I
the
love you so
rest of
much,
your
Elena.
day.
I
All
look
right.
forward to seeing you in person soon, sometime in 2026. It's been a
Yes,
while. So.
it has been. All right. Take care. Thank you
Right.
so much for joining us.
Have a good rest of your day, and keep on going with the Christmas in July. We appreciate it.
All righty. Bye-bye. Oh, that's awesome. That's he's awesome. So, okay. So, we are going to have 2 more guests joining us, possibly 3. I'm still waiting. We'll see what happens. I'm waiting to hear back from someone who actually feels like there's something to wrap up. So we'll see what happens. But I want to actually thank like all the sponsors that have supported our mission, what we are doing here before we come into this final hour. So we have Next Together, and I'm just reading off the businesses. Okay. Next Together, Havana's 13, Praxis 33, Connected Leaders Academy, Unleash You Now, Ready Writer Services LLC, Breathe Capital Planning, and Divine Abundance Streaming Television Show, Follow Your Dreams Athletics, Welcome to Humanity, On the Path New York, and Peace, Love, and Bring the Bat podcast. Of course, Besitos Beauty, Texas Heart Collection, and Show Your Crown Enterprises. So thank you, like all of you, for the support and for pouring into us to make this possible. And as we come into, I was looking to see, we still have a couple minutes. You know what? We're going to dance one more time, guys. Just let's get it in there. I want to give a couple minutes for our next guest to be able to come on here. So let's just boogie down one more time. You can't hear this song too many times. Here we go.
Come on. There was a night I thought would never end. Silence in the room.
Okay, I needed to pick me up for our final hour, and our next guest has joined us. So let's bring on Aisling Stutz right away. Here we go, beautiful. Hello, good morning.
Good morning.
Why don't you tell everybody where you're joining us from?
So I live in Arkansas, in Little Rock, Arkansas, in the middle of the United States. It's they call it the natural state. So I always tell people there's more trees than people here. If you want like a literal breath of fresh air, you can come to Arkansas and definitely get it here. There's like so many parks, so many waterfalls, so many natural beauty.
Beautiful.
Looking outside. So it's definitely a good place to be if you like outdoor events.
Nice. I love waterfalls. I just love water. I'm a Cancer baby. I love water. So, oh my gosh, it's great to have you here for our 5th annual Christmas in July Streamathon. And I'm just going to come right in with my first question of what does hope mean to you?
So hope is definitely a word that, so many people always want to have. I think, whenever you think of hope, you think of something that gets you through something that, you can't necessarily touch, you can't necessarily see, but you have it. It's kind of very similar to faith. And so I think when you have hope, you definitely have that little spark in you where you can do something that you probably wouldn't have been able to do just because you have that quality. And so I think it's definitely something that you can, it's going to help you in any area of your life, and I think it's definitely something that I'm a spiritual person. So I know that you get that from, our Creator. So that's definitely something that I live on on a daily basis, just because you have to. There's really, in the world that we live in today, you have to have hope. And so I think it's definitely something that it's good to have and it's good to maintain.
That's a big word, maintain. We haven't heard that today. How do you suggest people maintain their level of hope?
So there's a lot of ways for you to maintain hope, but the main thing is, again, having faith. I think whenever you maintain your hope, you have to go back to where you get it from. And so you have to have that moment in your life where you're like, it's not something that you get automatically. You have to wake up early in the morning to get, your little 15 minutes or 30 minutes, in your closet or in your, prayer closet, how people do now. And so I think the biggest thing that you can do to maintain that hope is to spend time with God and spend time with, our Creator, and spend time with, either singing a song or reading something that's inspirational, so I think that's the main way that you can maintain hope is when you go back to the source.
That is actually beautiful. Thank you for sharing that. What is something today specifically? What is something that you are grateful for? That's just that just fills you up, gives you energy, and that you're just absolutely grateful for?
I'm very grateful for my family. I love my husband and I love my autistic son. I think being able to see the good in the bad is definitely something that is a learned quality. But I think, there's so many things that you can always complain about. But if you just focus on what you don't have, you don't necessarily see what you do have. And so I think when you wake up with a grateful heart, you definitely have a different perspective in life, because you're living life looking at what you can see and what you do have instead of what you don't have. And so I'm very grateful for my family.
How old is your son?
He's about to be, next month, he's going to be 15. So
okay, wow.
He's in those teenage years.
Yes,
definitely different.
Mine are going to be 21 and 25 this year. So it's like, oh my gosh, 15. I remember. Yeah. So in speaking of, share a little bit about your businesses, because I know that you kind of have two, right? Don't you do two different things? Can you share a little bit about what it is that you do? Because I think that I'll be able to tie that into my next question.
So originally I started interpreting and translating because I speak Spanish and I have my certification to teach Spanish that I got in college. And so that kind of started the nonprofit Learning Idiom, where we virtually teach English and Spanish.
Okay.
We partner with a lot of in-person like companies and nonprofits as well to also do it in person. And so we have 2 locations here in Arkansas that we partner with. And so we definitely do that just because we saw the need for it. And so a lot of immigrant families, we love our immigrant families. They learn English. So we have an adult school, and then also an after school program. Nice. where kids get to learn Spanish. And so, and the parents can attend as well too. We just don't see it very often, right? But that also led to the publishing company where we publish English, Spanish, bilingual ebooks as well. So, and audiobooks. Nice. And so those 2 are the things that we basically do right now.
Yeah, I mean, that's got to keep you busy.
Oh yeah, it's definitely, a lot of people ask me, oh, how do you do everything that you do? And I was like, well, even though I wear a lot of hats, I don't wear them at the same time.
Yeah. So I mean, and I get that, because it's like you can organize your time for all of these things if you just kind of know what you need to be working on, and then just can schedule it accordingly. So I do get that. My question was, I wanted people to learn more about, what you do, because I've asked others throughout the Streamathon, like, what is one dream that you're like still pursuing, or that you're ready to go for, or that is on the horizon as you keep that hope alive?
So one of the things that, I thought about whenever I first started the nonprofit is I wanted to have something called a hustle house. And it was, I got the idea from back in Clubhouse days. I don't know if you were ever on Clubhouse, but there was a speaker, Mario, I can't remember his last, I think it's Nat, I can't pronounce his last name, but he was, an entrepreneur, and he was talking about the hustle house that he has. And so I definitely want to have that one day where we can, go to a house that's not in the United States, and we can have kind of like a workcation, like have it in a beautiful, like by the beach. We can have like a podcasting room, where we can create content, and then just, have a really good sized, dinner table or table, so I think that's definitely something that we want to work towards. I was in real estate for 3 years, and so it's definitely something that I want to have, and that keeps motivating me to have for my team. So I think having that hustle house is definitely something that's one of my dreams that I can definitely see.
Yeah, I mean, when you can see it, you can build it. Like, I mean, the thing is if you already see it and it's there and it's there and it's there, oh yeah, that sounds amazing. So what a beautiful dream. What advice would you give your younger self today?
I would definitely say to my younger self to focus on the people that empower you, inspire you, and to make sure that you keep your eyes on the big picture. I think a lot of the times when we're struggling, we're always looking at our immediate problem, and we're not necessarily seeing the big picture, seeing God's plan and everything. And so I think when you're in those, moments, you're looking at your pain, and you're not looking at the purpose for the pain.
That's deep right there. Because sometimes you can get so fixated on those little things that really, in the big picture, the grand scheme of things, are not that big a deal. You know, they're not that big a deal, but we can get wrapped up in some of these little things and just ruminate on it. So that's a really great, you know, what you shared was just really great. I'm wanting to capture all of these because you're dropping nuggets. Like, I'm like, how many more questions can I get in here? Because you're dropping nuggets and people need to hear what you have to say. What is giving you hope right now?
Again, I think I whenever it comes to hope, I always turn to God. I always turn to what He has for me. You know, I think when you have a relationship with someone, just like, you know, we're talking right now, you know, we're sharing things right now. I think when you have a relationship with God, He shares things with you. And so I think when you have that hope, and that's something that you can see the bigger picture. You can see, you know, what's coming up. You can see the reason why something is happening. You might not see it in the moment that you want, but He will show you eventually. And so I think that's definitely something that I always remind myself to do, because we can tend to fall into the, you know, the routine, or, you know, and so I think having those little, you know, God winks or God moments is definitely something that keeps me always looking for the future and looking for what's next.
Yes. And so that has been a topic that has come up a couple times throughout the Streamathon, is the connection between faith and hope. And, you know, if your faith grows, does your hope get stronger? Do you need to push for more hope and it lifts your faith? Like, what's your take on how they are so intertwined? You almost can't have one without the other, but yet they're not the exact same, you know?
Yeah, I think the difference is, you know, hope is something that you have because of faith. I don't necessarily think that, I think you can have faith and not have hope, but you can't have hope without faith. And so I think that's the biggest difference between the two, is that one is something that you have and one is something that you have because of it. And so that's definitely, I think is the difference, is because when you believe in something, you believe it, and that's what gives you hope. And so I think you can't, I don't believe that you can have hope without faith, because what are you hoping for? Like, how do you know that that's gonna, like, how can you hold on to something that you don't necessarily know is gonna happen? And so, you know, the Bible says hope is something that you can't see. And so I that's definitely something that one intertwines with the other.
Yeah, because you can't see faith either, but I get it. Like, you can have faith and still lose hope, but to have hope, there's got to be a level of faith in there in order for that hope to exist. Wow, that's really, really cool. So who is someone that has made a huge difference in your life?
I would say, again, my family. I think, you know, I wouldn't have started the businesses that I have if it wasn't for my son. You know, whenever I first started in 2019, I wanted to spend more time with him. I was in that, you know, day to day, you know, 9 to 5 typical job, and I didn't get to spend a lot of time with him. I wanted to, you know, get to go to his events in school. You know, I wanted to do all of those things with him, and I wasn't able to. And so I think whenever I started my business, that was my biggest motivator, was to spend more time with him and to actually see him grow up, not just, you know, be at work while he's growing up and not get to be part of any of the events. And so I think that's definitely something that it keeps me motivated, as well as you know, getting to spend and see him grow, and also leave him a legacy. I think when you're a parent, you want, you know, one, you want the best for your kids, but two, you want to leave them something, you know. And so that definitely keeps me motivated. It keeps me inspired to give him something when I leave, you know. And so I think that he's my biggest inspiration for sure, just because he's taught me so much as a person. I think as a mom, you don't necessarily, you're always the one that's teaching the kids, but sometimes you got to like look back and be like, okay, what has he taught me, you know?
Yeah. I know I've done that with my sons. Like, you know, sometimes, especially now that they're the ages that they are, and we're able to sit and have conversations, I'm like, oh my gosh, how did you guys become so amazing? Because they teach me, you know, every day, all the time. It's beautiful to grow into that next phase of relationship, you know, when they're a little bit older. But oh yeah, they teach me things every day, all the time.
Oh yeah. I think that as well as my husband, I think having his help, you know, I think when you're alone, I don't want to say it gets lonely, because if you're doing life right, you're not lonely. But I think having that companion is definitely having, you know, how the Bible says your help. You guys are each other's helper, and so I think that definitely he's definitely somebody else that is very intertwined in all of our businesses and our success as well.
Nice. So with today being the message of hope, right? And you know, sharing, you know the history of why the Streamathon is here. What do you have to share from like the bottom of your heart to somebody that is tuning in that might catch this now or next week or next month? Like, what's a message that you can share with them that is laid on your heart? And I'm going to leave it as that's laid on your heart, because I think as your level of faith and then your beautiful way of using your words, I think the message that will flow is going to be beautiful. What would you share?
I would remind people that a bad day isn't a bad life. You know, I think so many people, they focus, you know, again on what on the moment right now, on the present, but just to remind yourself and to give yourself grace. You know, I think so many people, they don't forgive themselves. It's easy to forgive someone that you love, but have you forgiven yourself? So I think that whenever you go through life and you do a lot of you make mistakes, everyone does. You know, and so to give yourself grace in those moments, and to always remember and to keep in mind that there's a reason where you're at. You know, there's a reason why you're alive. There's a reason why you know, you're watching this. There's a reason. There's always a reason. And so just to always, you know, look for the reason why.
Yeah. Well, and that's one that I'm writing that down. There's always a reason. There's a couple one-liners. Raquel Soto always says, nothing has gone wrong. And I keep that in my head all the time. And then earlier, another guest said, everything happens for the best. And always just repeated that. And now you are saying there's always a reason. Like, those are great reminders to keep with you in those moments where you're challenged, things don't go your way, life is life in, you know. So thank you for sharing that.
Yeah, for sure. And then also remember that even if you have to say no for something, your no can put you into the position to say your best yes. You know, I think a lot of the times we have to say no to things, and learning how to say no, it can be a challenge for some people, but remembering that no can put you in the position for you to be able to say your best yes.
Yeah, that's a big one. I'm one of those that finds it difficult to tell people no. And I'm getting better. I know the word boundaries. I know, you know, this and that, but just for a long time, for me, it was just like, that's a really hard thing for me to do, because I always want to give and share and pour into people and be of service, but you can't stay in that capacity like forever. So thank you for sharing that little nugget. Let's see, I'm trying to think. I feel like we have covered like everything, because my gosh, these were like some amazing nuggets that you were dropping. What is something that you just want to share? Maybe that I didn't ask that you want to make sure that people know?
So my newest endeavor, you know, is definitely making music. So I'm on all of the major platforms. My artist name is Sachi Ice Queen. And so I think it's definitely something that I enjoy. You know, I just dropped a new album. It's a techno EDM type of album.
Oh, nice.
But they're all inspired by like either you know, things that I've experienced in life. And so this particular one, I wrote about the moment of before I met my husband. So it was me and my son and that little, 2-year span. I think there was a lot of emotions that I wanted to, get out. I already wrote my story in the book Transcending La Familia. I wrote my divorce story on there, but I wanted to do something creative with it. And so that's definitely something that, I love to do. And my husband writes music as well. So I think it's pretty cool when you can be creative enough to, write the song that you walk to. Even though we've been married for 2 years, we haven't had our wedding yet. We're going to have it next year.
Okay.
So it's kind of like going to be our vow renewal, but also like we haven't had our wedding because we were waiting to have it in Central America because that's where my dad is. And so, but there was a lot of civil unrest, and so we couldn't have it. So we just decided to have it here in the States just so that everyone's safe, And so, but yeah, definitely check out my music on all of the major platforms. It's a lot of fun. I get to be creative. I've been a published poet since like 2013, but turning my poems into songs it was definitely a really cool transition. And so I love writing and all of the things. We talked about organizing your time. There's actually a book that I wrote about time blocking.
Okay. Yep. Time blocking is amazing. So even all of the books, like where can people find your books?
So you can find them on Amazon. You can find them on Google Books, Barnes and Nobles. The major places where you find books. I've published books under this name, and then also my maiden name is Zeladon. Okay. So most of my earlier books, it's my first name and Zeladon.
Okay. Oh, awesome. Lots of good stuff to check out. Thank you so much for being here, but you dropped some nuggets. You dropped some one-liners. So this is one that people will need to go back and like rewatch and write them down and keep them in their notebook. So yeah, thank you so much for being here and part of our 5th annual Streamathon.
Yeah, for sure. Thank you for having me. I think what you do, I think right now, I think it's definitely cool because, most people celebrate Christmas in the other, in December or, so I think it's cool to have it in the middle of the year just to remind yourself of, the reason for the season, how they say. And so I like that you chose hope because that's something that so many people don't always have. And so I think it's very needed in today's world, especially with everything that's going on in Venezuela and everything. We definitely want to extend my I wanted to extend hope to them because I know that right now they're definitely going through it. So
yes, amen on that one. But yeah, the world just needs hope. Like the world needs hope right now. So thank you for being part of our circle of hope and just making it special. I appreciate you.
Yeah, for sure. If you have any other questions, definitely let me know. You can find all of my stuff on learningidiom.org. Okay. Our nonprofit is now in multiple states. It's not just here in Arkansas. So
congratulations, because I remember talking about the nonprofit. When they say it's like building that airplane while it's taking off the runway, like it just goes and you got to keep up.
Oh yeah. I mean, that idea of the nonprofit, I didn't have it. God had it. And so if God has an idea for you and you have something that's pretty repetitive in your mind, it's probably because God wants you to do that.
Yes. I believe that 100%. Like just do it and figure it out as you go. Absolutely. If he's already planted the idea, he's already equipped you. You just got to simply begin. So, yeah.
Yeah, for sure.
Okay, beautiful. Thank you so much for being here and enjoy the rest of your Sunday. And we're almost there. We're almost at the 24 hours. I can't believe it.
Oh, yeah. Well, definitely for everyone that's watching, make sure you go back to watch the other ones, too. I've been tuning in here and there, and it's always good. So definitely tune in for all of the other ones after and before.
There you go. We got four segments. So thank you so much, sweetheart. It's so good to have you here, and it's just been a joy getting to know you over the years. So
Yeah, for sure. Likewise. I love your lipstick. Definitely wanted to say that.
gotta love the besitos.
Yeah.
All righty, hun. Have a great day, and we'll talk to you soon.
Okay. Bye.
Bye-bye. What a sweetheart, dropping nuggets. You guys got to like go back, watch that, and write them down. Keep them in the notebook, put them in your phone. She really did. I actually wrote down a lot of things that she had to say. So guys, this is it. We are coming into our final guest, and I am excited to bring to you my sister, Miss Allegra Havana Pacheco of Havana's 13. Hello, beautiful.
Good morning. It's such a pleasure to be here closing this out, Elena. I'm so grateful. This will be my 5th year participating, and I just absolutely love what you do. The hope that you bring to people everywhere has been absolutely phenomenal, and I praise you. I just want to praise you so much for staying up as long as you have and making this happen. And I know that you are changing lives. You definitely changed my life, and I just want to thank you for that.
Girl, you're gonna make me cry as we close out.
I know.
I'm like, dang it. So you are coming in to close us out, but you're even taking time out because you're like traveling right now. Where are you tuning in, or where are you joining us from?
So currently I'm in Kansas City, Missouri, visiting my daughter who lives out here. And I wouldn't miss this for the world. So I'm just so grateful to be able to be doing this morning. It is something that's very important to me. It's something that I'm grateful to sponsor with my business, Havana's 13, which is a worldwide movement towards love, starting with self, as well as just share my story and any insights that might help someone that's listening out there today.
Yes. And so I'm going to ask you, sharing your story, sharing the message that is on your heart. Do you want full screen to just talk it through, or do you want to stay side by side conversation? You tell me.
I would like to keep it conversation.
Okay.
Yeah.
That works. So then let's start with the question that I've asked almost everyone. And what does hope mean for you?
Hope to me means continuing despite your current circumstances, despite the current level of comfort that you might be experiencing. Sometimes hope means continuing despite the uncomfort, despite the bullshit, despite whatever situation you may find yourself in today. And hope to me is looking at focusing on the things that actually matter and that'll help you get away, help you get forward in life, rather than focusing on everything that's broken, everything that's not working, because what you focus on will definitely grow. So for me, hope is something that's not always comfortable to go through, but yet it's continuing despite whatever circumstances you may find yourself in. And for myself, I am a childhood trauma survivor. My brother passed away when I was 12 years old. So that was something that I had to have hope from, because when that happened, I didn't want to be here anymore, to be honest with you. That was my best friend. That was my hero. That was my everything. I come from a small family. I'm from New Mexico, northern New Mexico, and our family has always been very important to us. The family unit is huge. It's something that we treasure. It's something that is of value rather than monetary, the people that surround us. And for me, when you lose such an important part of your life and your family, it really takes hope to continue ahead and to continue on your path. Many times when you experience loss, you want to give up. You don't want to be here. For me, I spent many years not wanting to feel the pain that I was experiencing. yet continuing the best that I could. And whoever's watching out there that may be in a dark space, and I know that I have encountered a few people recently, I just want you to know that God put you there for a reason. Sometimes we're put in situations, sometimes life happens to us in order to build us, in order, and we may not understand why we are where we are. But I think it's important to always look ahead and focus on your blessings rather than all of your problems. I mean, if we want to, every single one of us, I'm sure, can focus on everything that is not going well in our life right now. But what happens when we do that is we limit ourselves, we limit our spirit, we limit our soul, we limit our growth, we limit our personal development. And that is something that I have learned personally from my life experiences.
And do you feel that there have been times that you have just lost hope?
Absolutely. There have been times that I have lost hope. There have been times that, as I mentioned, I no longer wanted to be here on this earth. And whatever that meant at the time, to me, it was just escaping my current reality. And for me, what helped bring my hope back was just really understanding that it was okay to feel what I was feeling. I feel many times that we're so conditioned and programmed to act a certain way, to be a certain way, to feel a certain way. And for me, back in the day when I lost my brother, that was in 1990. In my culture, we don't talk about death, we don't talk about dying, we don't talk about mental health. And so what I found was myself surrounded by my family who did their best to help me by getting me into therapy, by getting me the help that I needed. However, I felt so alone because the people that I was surrounded with, the peers that I was around, when I would bring up the topic, and no fault at them, I mean, that's just kind of how it is, you know,
Yeah.
when we would speak about that, when I would speak about that, about my loss, it was always met with a shift in conversation, with let's talk about something else, with, oh gosh, this is a little too deep, I'm going to change the topic. And what happens is you really start to lose hope because you feel like you are misunderstood, like you're a freak, like you're weird, like something is wrong with you. And I'm here to let people know that having emotions and being sad and having grief and feeling feelings, especially when we go through some shit, is absolutely normal.
Yeah.
And it's part of life. And I'm really grateful to be able to talk about mental health today because it's something that is kept under wraps. It's something that we have shame about. You know, if you are diagnosed with a certain mental health condition, there's a lot of shame around that.
Yeah.
To me, mental health and taking care of it is just as important as going to the gym in the morning, as brushing your teeth, as getting dressed, as drinking your protein, perhaps, as drinking your water to keep you hydrated, as drinking some coffee to give you some energy. So for me, I think it's been so important to just be okay with being human and with experiencing your emotions and with getting rid of the shame that is sometimes attached to the emotions that we may have. And actually just saying, you know, just reaching out to someone that you trust, that understands you, and just expressing that feeling, you know, like, hey, I don't want to be here anymore. And when you do that, you would be amazed at how many people around you don't know how to handle that.
Yeah.
But because they love you, they will do their best. And many times we keep those feelings to ourselves, the feelings of despair, the feelings of not wanting to be here, because we're ashamed to let somebody know that. We view that as a sign of weakness, that, damn, man, I can't handle this shit that I'm going through right now. And what happens to many of us when we go through stuff is that we start masking, we start burying, we start numbing, we start really avoiding our emotions. And
Yeah.
that has been my lifelong journey. It's only been the past few years that I have actually been able to face my emotions and face my feelings. And for me, being able to express that, to share that, has really given me hope in the fact that what it's done for me is it's made me realize, hey man, you're not the only one that's struggling out there. There's so many people that are struggling out here, especially today, because we all go through stuff. And even though my trauma might not be the same as your trauma, my experiences may not be the same as your experiences, it's all the same thing. It's all the fact that we are human, we will grieve, we will have emotions, we will fall, but it's up to us to get our ass back up.
There you go. I mean, and it really, really is. What would you tell your like knowing you, knowing your journey, what would you tell the version of you from several years ago? Like what this journey of self-love, of the healing, of, you know, keeping hope, what would you tell that version of you from back then?
I would tell that version of me to buckle her seatbelt, because this shit is not easy. It's not sunshine and rainbows. It's not happy times. Matter of fact, it's really, for me, the biggest part was taking accountability for why I was where I was. Later on in life, because of my trauma, I found myself in some shitty situations, surrounded by shitty people who really did not want to see me succeed.
Yeah.
And getting away from those situations was not easy. Actually seeing reality for reality rather than being numbed, you know, and being just halfway here on this earth. What I learned is that whenever you numb your pain, you also numb your joy. And joy is such an amazing feeling to actually feel, and to be here present and in the space of actually feeling has been such a gift. So I would tell that woman to hold on, to do the work, to show up for herself, to love herself, to respect herself, to honor herself, to be her best friend, to be the one that she looks up to one day, as I do right now.
Wow, I love that. So tell us, like, you are in the space of self-love, like even watching Havana's 13 grow and evolve, and now a whole focus, everything is coming around that self-love, and you're doing different things now. Share, you know, you sponsored and you're here to support us. Share a little bit about what is Havana's 13, and, you know, what are the new things that you've got going on right now?
Certainly. So Havana's 13 started off about approximately 5 years ago, in the second darkest time of my life. As I mentioned, I was surrounded by people who did not want to see me succeed, who did not want to see me flourish, and did not have my best interest at heart. So when I fell, it really gave me the opportunity to sort of do a little bit of self-analyzing, you know, kind of, where am I? What am I doing here? You know, do I like this? And many times some of us come to a crossroad in our life that we have to make a decision, and we have to make a choice. And for me, that was a major crossroad for me, because I could have continued to go down a path of destruction and numbing, and, you know, this is just sucks. This is my life. You know, life handed me a hard thing, and I'm going to focus on all the shit instead of my blessings. Or I could have chose to say, you know what, this is enough. I have had enough.
Yeah.
I am going to continue, and I'm going to flourish, and I'm going to do things differently. So for me, that point in my life led to a lot of really just self-actualization, looking at myself, looking at my choices, looking at what I did. And many times what I found about people is that we love to blame everybody else. We love to blame her. We love to blame him. We love to blame the person down the street. And at the end of the day, honey, the blame is like right here. And I hate to use the word blame, because I think that's a very harsh word.
Yeah.
But what I'm saying is responsibility ultimately falls with self.
Yeah.
And when we take responsibility for our life and our choices and where we find ourselves, that's a game changer. So for me, Havana's 13 started from a very dark place. And it was part of what I chose to do on my healing journey. And, you know, I've always been somebody that has kept to herself and kind of been more of a private person. I have a few people that I do trust, and I like to keep it that way. And what I found was that once I started on this journey, I found so many like-minded people that actually had the same, you know, struggles and similarities and stories. And Havana's 13 was actually birthed from my trials and tribulations. And what I did with Havana's 13 is I wanted to share my healing journey, you know, what I had done to fix my life, how I had fought, you know, narcissistic abuse, how I had gotten past narcissistic abuse, how I had gotten past body image issues. I am a breast implant illness survivor. So I suffered with body image issues many years of my life. I thought I wasn't good enough. I thought I wasn't smart enough. I thought I wasn't capable enough, you know, because I was always comparing myself to other people.
Yeah.
And what I found is that, you know, it's nice to do this alone, but when you have people that are on this journey with you, like-minded people, and I did find communities that helped me with that. I found people that actually understood me and understood my journey. And I actually made a transition from a business that I had been in for 20 plus years. It was everything that I knew. It was everything that I breathed. It was everything that I loved. And that took a lot of courage. So for me, courage is a huge part of self-discovery and self-love and self-respect, because on that journey, we have to be brave. We have to be able to express ourselves. We have to be able to speak. And I found that I had lost my voice. I had lost my ability to communicate genuinely who I was, what I went through. You know, a lot of what I was doing was very superficial. I went to meetings, I was on boards, I spoke, but none of it was ever really heart-centered. None of it was ever really me. So Havana's 13 is a worldwide mission movement towards love, starting with self. And I do have many different tools, natural healing tools that I have used personally on my healing journey. Crystals, necklaces, pendants, actually stuff for your house are things that I have personally used. Just to give you an example, when I was going through a really hard time, I used to sleep with a rose quartz crystal. Rose quartz is known to emit frequencies of love and positive vibrations. And for me, that was so helpful because while I was fixing my whole mess, I did not want to bring someone else into my life that might add to that mess, or that I might mess up their life, because I know that I needed work. And for me, taking responsibility was huge. And so Havana's 13 provides crystal pendants. We have jewelry. Our latest collection is the Cherry Collection, which I'm wearing today. The Cherry Collection is dedicated to the woman who knows that she is the cherry on top, who's tired of shrinking, who is tired of being placed under society's conditioning and programming about what beauty is, and actually showing up as her authentic self, whatever that may be to her. My culture has always been a huge part of who I am. I am a Latina, and I'm proud of that. For many years in the corporate America, I had to hide that part of me. I had to speak a certain way, I had to dress a certain way, and I had to act a certain way. And for me to be here in the flesh representing is absolutely amazing. It's like being freed. And that's something that I would love to encourage other women to do, is just to be yourself, whoever yourself is. But first of all, get to know that. So Havana's 13 not only carries jewelry, we carry spiritual cleansing gifts such as sage, which is great for cleansing your aura and your energetic space. Has been used by Native Americans for centuries, and it is something that is very helpful. Havana's 13 also has a self-love club, which is a confidential group of women from all across the globe that come together every single month and work on themselves. And that's body, mind, and soul. Currently, we are working on protecting our peace and setting our boundaries and realizing, you know, some of us in the group have realized, hey man, I never really had any boundaries, you know, and so it's starting from scratch. And what I find so much power in is getting into a room with these women who all have different backgrounds and know we're not the same, and know we're not the same age, we're not the same culture, we're not the same size, we're not the same anything. But when you get women that are looking forward to bettering themselves, to bettering their physical self, their emotional self, their mental self, their spiritual self, magic happens. And what I have found is when you surround yourself with those people, you actually rise faster, you heal faster, you love yourself faster, you respect yourself faster, because now you have a whole crew behind you that's cheering you on, that's telling you, man, you can do this. I know you can do this. And for me, it's like, you know, you would think, and I tell the ladies in my group this all the time, you ladies think that I am like here doing something for you, but you do so much for me, because just me being in this room and actually having that love and that compassion and that empathy that these women have exuded towards me, and that we exude to each other, the support, the motivation, the honesty. And sometimes honesty is, it can be rough to take, you know, when somebody, and what I've learned is when you have people around you that are willing to tell you, no, man, that ain't it. You know,
Yeah.
I'm sorry, but that really isn't it. It's amazing how much we can grow. So really just having that camaraderie of women has been so amazing. I'm also a licensed fitness instructor. I've been teaching fitness, and fitness has actually been something that has been a huge part of my mental health. I am absolutely free of pharmaceuticals. Fitness is what helps me regulate my nervous system. Fitness is something that helps increase my endorphins. Fitness is something that I've gotten my anger out in, man, because I had anger. Let me tell you, I had some anger. And when I get to working out, I let all that shit go. I let all that shit go on the dance floor. My specialty is dance and movement for releasing trauma. For me, talk therapy never really worked because it was like the same shit. Okay, now we got to talk about this again. We got to talk about my loss again. You know,
Right,
and I don't
right.
want to talk about that again, but I have all these feelings inside of me. You know, so instead of going out there and beating a piñata, you go ahead and you get on the dance floor and you start working out and you start moving your body, and it's absolutely amazing, just the magic. So I also teach fitness to women who are trying to become their best version. It may not always be about the way they look. It may be about the way they feel.
Yeah.
And you know, what
Yeah.
I've learned on my healing journey is sometimes the best things in life that help us, we think, you know, that we have to spend so much money on this and that. The major things that have helped me on my healing journey is movement, sunlight, hydration, surrounding myself with people that love me and want to see me grow, and letting the rest be. Havana's 13 also does host events. We have in-person events, and we will have some more coming up. I am also on Prospera TV Network in a show called Unmuted, and I'm so excited to be part of that. Thank you, Elena, for having that platform. Unmuted is a show that's going to be talking about controversial topics that we don't usually talk about, topics like mental health, topics like death and dying, grieving, topics like boundaries and honoring your boundaries.
Yeah.
So it's really put there for the woman that, you know, feels like she lost her voice. And the joy that I get is I have gotten so many messages from women, especially in the last year, that have actually told me, wow, you said exactly what I hold inside of my heart every single day. And so for me, bringing those topics up has been something that is absolutely amazing. And with our pinup collection, the Cherry Collection, what Havana's 13 is doing is breaking societal norms that say that you have to be X, Y, or Z in order to be loved, in order to be acceptable, in order to be desired, in order to be worthy, in order to be loved. And that is something that is a huge message that I feel that especially our young women have to hear, because it's gotten so far, in my opinion. We're not robots. We were never meant to be identical.
No.
We were all made unique in God's eyes for a reason, and that's because we all have something special to bring to the table. So rather than have that competitive aspect with people, the women that I surround myself with truly want to see me succeed, and likewise.
Yeah.
And so we have that. And really just Havana's 13 is, we have been in operation for 4 years. I look forward to the years ahead. I look forward to touching and impacting more lives. I look forward to letting women know that they are okay as they are. However, I feel like some women that I come into contact with are waiting for a hero, waiting for someone to come rescue them, waiting for that knight in shining armor. Honey, he got lost. You know what I'm saying? Let's go ahead and
he don't know where you live.
yeah, he's lost.
Yeah.
So, let's put our big girl pants on. Let's rescue ourselves. For me, being by myself for the last 4 years has been the absolutely most amazing thing that I could have ever given myself, because it's given myself a chance to really ask myself, who are you? Who are you without all that other bullshit that surrounds you? And not more than that, who are you, but who do you aspire to be? I still have so many goals. I have so many dreams. And for me, that's part of having hope. When you lose hope, you stop thinking that you're capable of amazing things. And every single one of you out there listening today, I want you to let you know that regardless of what pile of shit you may be in, what circumstances you find yourself in, maybe you made some bad choices, maybe you messed up in life, you are not your past, you are not your choices. You can get up and you can absolutely make those changes in your life that you so desperately deserve. And I really want to see that for every single individual out there, to really just live to their highest potential.
That's
And
beautiful. That's beautiful. So for the women that are tuning in, how can they get a hold of you? How can they find you? What if they want to know more about your self-love club and things like that? What's the easiest thing for them to do?
So I am on all social media platforms, but I am the most active on Facebook. So please check me out on Facebook. You can find it here on Elena's page. You can check it out. You'll find my name here. Please message me. Please let me know. I love to connect with women that are serious about growth, that are serious about throwing excuses in the trash can, and just absolutely working on themselves and really just being comfortable with being uncomfortable, because this shit takes work and it's not easy. And it's not like, day spa vacations. It's not getting your hair and nails done every day. It's absolutely uncomfortable, but absolutely necessary in order to progress forward.
Yes. And I think one of the key components is having that small group that has your back, that is there for you at any time, any hour, for any reason, and will always encourage you to keep going. And I feel like you are that for me. I pray I'm that for you. And Julie's on here, and I think that the three of us have established that core, and that is something that women need to find. Women need that in their life, because the journey is not easy. And when you take a step forward, it might feel like you're taking two back, or it might, it's just life, so.
It is. And I would just like to say on top of that, like I have my family who I am so blessed with, and they are absolutely supportive. But there's sometimes that there are certain things that we don't want to put the burden on our family, because they have already carried a lot of what we have gone through. And I would like to just add on to that. I know that I could call you at 3 a.m. I know that if I ever went through some shit, you, Julie, and many of the women that I surround myself with would pick up the phone. They would actually fly out and be there for me. They would hold my hand. They would hold me while I was crying. They would give me hope. They would give me inspiration, and they would give me motivation. And if you have women like that in your life, man, hold on to them, because that's some solid gold. Like they say, that's priceless. And thank you, Elena, for being like, I'm not going to cry, but I wouldn't be here today if it wasn't for women like you. What I found in you was support. I never found bitterness. I never found comparison. I never found jealousy. All I found was open arms and a heart that loved. So thank you.
Thank you. And on that note, we did it, girl.
Yes.
We did it.
Woo!
Woo! On that note, you guys, this like you're already making me cry, and so now I'm gonna cry some more. Thank you for being here. Thank you for sponsoring, and thank you for closing this amazing streamathon. Like, I cannot put into words how everybody brought something so unique and God led. I'm just saying, God was with us this whole 24 hours. And thank you for showing up even while you're, with your daughter doing other things. I just love you. I love you. And just thank you. Thank you.
I love you, Elena. Thank you for being such a light and such a role model for other women. You certainly have been one for me, and I don't take that lightly. It means so much to me. I wouldn't be here today, honestly, if it wasn't for you. So thank you so much.
Love you. Love you.
Love you.
Talk to you soon.
Thank you. Bye.
Bye. Okay, guys. We did it, and I don't want to bawl my eyeballs out, but what a way to close the show with so much love, support, sisterhood, to everyone who took time out of your weekend to be here, to share stories of hope, love, inspiration, positivity, motivation, to share your vulnerability, to be authentic, to show up when some of you didn't even know me. We had Dubai. We had 3 amazing speakers from Dubai, one from Ukraine that talked about, hearing the bombs going off when she's trying to sleep, from Australia, from Hungary. We had amazing global reach, and that's not by accident. That is not by accident. So I just want to say thank you for an amazing 5-year annual streamathon, and just much love. There's not a whole lot of words left for me to say. So I'm going to play our amazing song as we wrap it up, and just share my love for you all for being here for the 24 hours with me. We will see you next year. Thank you.
There Llegó en July.